And good evening. Today is December the 16th. Right now it is 7:30, and I'm calling to order this evening's meeting of the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission. For the benefit of those who have not participated in a Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, our procedures are as follows. The secretary will read the legal notice of the meeting as published in local newspapers. The applicant will then be invited to come forward and present the case, explaining to the commission and the others present what is being requested of the property. Comments of town agencies will be read for the application if there are any. First, there'll be clarifying questions from the commissioners. Next, there'll be an opportunity for clarifying questions from the audience. Next, we'll ask those who support the application to come forward, and second, we'll ask those opposing the application to come forward. As this is a public meeting and must be recorded, it will be necessary for speakers to identify themselves by stating their name and address before addressing the commission. The applicant will then be free to leave or remain for the balance of the public hearing in the regular meeting, during which time the commission will try to reach a decision on each application. Each applicant will be notified in writing as to the decision of the commission and has the right to appeal to Superior Court if desired. Decisions of this meeting are available the day after the meeting by calling the Planning and Zoning Office at 203-453-8039 after 9 a.m. I'd like to introduce the following members of the Guilford Planning and Zoning team. We have Richard Wallace, George Underhill, Phil Johnson, Tom Cost, I'm Rich Meyer, Walter Corbier, Ray Bauer, Josh Hirschman, Frank DeAndrea, George Crowell, Reggie Reed, Lisa Brewer, and Shannon Gale is running the equipment for us. Mr. Secretary, please read us the notice.
Notice is hereby given that the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission will hold a public hearing on December 16, 2015 at 7:30 p.m. at location in the Nathaniel B. Green Community Center, 32 Church Street, Guilford, Connecticut, Minunketuck Room on the second floor for the following purposes. Ann T. Properties, LLC, 36 Meadow Street, map 32, lot 882, zone R3. Special permit and coastal area management application. Construction of a new two-family house in place of a house constructed in 1860. Section 273-18 and 273.91. Kenneth Horton, 13 Waterside Drive, map 8, lot 62, zone R2. Coastal area management site plan to install a grade patio. Section 273.91, C, subsection 5H. Robin Perino and Thomas Sanzani, 527 to 535 Boston Street, map 49, lot 10, zone R3. Subdivision and coastal area management site plan to allow 2 lots on 1.0 acres, section 272-3. Aaron Flynn, 124 Neck Road, map 25, lot 5, zone R6, coastal area management site plan, revision to approval granted on 3/18/15 to elevate garage slab from elevation of 4.83 feet MSL to 5.79 feet MSL. Section 273.91, subsection C, 5H. Copies of these applications are available for inspection in the office of the Planning and Zoning Commission, Town Hall South, 50 Boston Street, Guilford, Connecticut. At this hearing, persons may attend and be heard, and written communication will be received. Dated at Guilford, Connecticut, this 25th day of November, 2015. Richard Meyer, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And seated tonight, we're going to have our regular members, Richard Wallace, Tom Cost, myself, Walter Corbier, Ray Bauer, Josh Hirschman, and Frank DeAndrea. Our alternates will step down. They will not be able to vote, but they will participate in the conversation. Can I get a motion to open up A&T Properties, please?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Come on down.
Tony Anderson from Anderson Associates, representing A&T Properties. We have a house that was originally built in 1860, and it was demolished June 9th of this year. And we have copies of the field card that show the date that it was built, if you so desire to see it.
So desire. Thank you.
And back in 1979, our office actually produced a location map of where that house sat on the property. We can't see where it sits today because obviously it is demolished. The existing house was 646 square feet with an existing garage, which still stands there today, which was 495 square feet. Total of 1,141 square feet of coverage. We are proposing a two-family house which fits zoning code in this location here. The new house is 1,127 square feet, so about the same coverage. The existing garage, which is here, is going to be utilized for storage of construction materials for building the house and then torn down prior to installing the code-compliant septic system. We have an in-ground detention area for the roof drainage, and we have tidal wetlands on the property located here. We are proposing a driveway which has parking in a two-bay, one for each unit garage here, and also auxiliary parking adjacent to the structure. And we are served by public water, so we fit the criteria for having a two-family house in this zone. And I have copies of the proposed house as well. These are the preliminary architectural drawings.
What's the overall height?
It's going to be less than 35 feet. I think it's 33 or 34 feet. And we are putting in the house to fit FEMA's requirements for flood. On the first floor, it will be well above flood zone. There's flood venting in the garage. Let the water come in and out as required by FEMA. So we fit all of the codes in that aspect as well.
Mr. Anderson, this isn't really in place of anything, though. This is just a special permit application for a house. That house was demolished 30 years ago,
No, it was demolished just in June of this year.
just in June of this year.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
What happened in June?
The house was in severe disrepair.
Oh, so it was
and
purposefully
it was-
demolished.
It was very bad shape.
Wasn't weather related?
What's that?
It wasn't weather related.
I think it was strongly damaged from Irene,
Right,
but
but-
I'm not exactly sure of the conditions of it. I didn't see the house prior to it being demolished.
Yep.
It wasn't just woodcutters.
Vicious wood. What else should we know?
I think that is all. We fit the code. There should be a letter in the file from Dennis Johnson approving the septic. And the only other thing is the erosion control, which we show on our plan right here, protecting the tidal wetlands from the construction. And other than that, I believe we fit all the codes. The zoning code fits.
So educate me. On a freshwater wetland, an inland wetland, the Inland Wetlands Commission would look over your plan. But being that this is tidal, who, like you just said, erosion control, who actually looks at that?
I don't know. I think Reggie does.
So you do it all on your own? Rich?
There's a letter from Kevin McGee dated December 16th with some conditions in it. Have you seen that letter yet?
I have not seen that letter.
Okay, maybe we should read it to the record.
Get it going.
All right.
This is dated December 16th from Kevin McGee. The information provided indicates that the existing house has been removed and a new four-bedroom house will be constructed to meet FEMA flood zone AEEL 10 standards. A new septic system and storm water galleries. The site plan provides for erosion and sedimentation control measures that are designed to protect these adjacent coastal resources. The work being conducted could impact the adjacent coastal resources if erosion and sedimentation control measures are not properly maintained. In order to make sure that the coastal resources are protected during the construction process, I recommend the following conditions of approval. 1, the Town of Guilford Zoning Enforcement Officer should be notified to inspect the sedimentation and erosion control measures prior to any site work. Soil stockpiles should be contained by silt, fencing, and/or hay bales. Soil erosion and sedimentation control measures shall be maintained until vegetation is established or suitable material is installed to the satisfaction of the zoning enforcement officer. 2, an orange construction fence should be installed adjacent to the wetlands line on the east side of the property in order to prevent stockpiling of material in this area. And finally, number 3, Any dewatering should be conducted in accordance to the 2002 Connecticut Guidelines for Soil and Sedimentation Control. If any dewatering is required, a dewatering plan shall be submitted to the zoning enforcement officer. An inspection of the dewatering plan needs to be conducted prior to pumping water. Those probably are standard requirements, sure. So you don't have a problem with any of those?
No.
Okay. And then there's one more letter from Dennis Johnson, dated December 15th. This, I think you are aware of.
Yes.
Soil test conducted on the applicant's property revealed suitable conditions for installation of a septic system to accommodate the proposed four-bedroom house. The site is served by public water supply. Based upon soil test results and site plan review, it is recommended that the applicant's proposed use be approved.
Is this, Mr. Anderson, is this venting from the bottom along the basement? Is this actually flood venting?
Yes, those are smart vents.
I'm not sure how I understand how the garage is going to work, because you're putting, how does a car get into the garage? Because wouldn't you have to be on somebody else's property?
No, the town road is right here. We have our driveway here. The garage bays come in right here. So you've got two garage bays that are open and free to the road, and then there's parking for two additional vehicles on the side right here. So, that is the old house. That is the one that has
So you're going to put a house here, and then
No, the house is right in here, and we're coming in with the front of the garage is facing right here. We're coming in off the road into the house. The wetlands are in here, yes.
Any other questions down here? Questions?
And the electrical is all on the first floor, the first real floor, or does it? How have you elevated it?
Panel?
Yeah, the electrical panel and the other.
The requirements for electrical panels now are they have to meet the base flood elevation as well. So that would have to be elevated in the garage, or the meter on the outside elevated to the flood elevation, panel on the inside elevated to the flood elevation.
And that approaches the first floor, but it doesn't really reach it because the VE zone is not
The
that
first
severe.
floor is actually going to probably be around 14 or 15. The garage floor is at 7.
Gotcha.
So, that's good.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Absolutely. Any questions from the public? Comments one way or another? Last chance.
Not last chance, we have another hearing.
Last chance tonight.
I'll
Last
move
chance
to
tonight.
continue the public
You want to
hearing.
move to table?
Yes. Continue it to the 1/6.
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, sir. And a motion, open Mr. Horton.
So moved.
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Do we have anyone for Kenneth Horton?
Yes?
Busy night for you.
Yes, it is.
This one you got.
Okay. Kenny Horton wants to put a patio on...
Could you just give me your name again?
Oh, I'm sorry. Brad Anderson from Anderson Associates.
Okay.
And on the Horton property, we are proposing a at-grade stamped concrete patio adjacent to the existing house. And we are 42 feet away from the coastal jurisdiction line. And it is a pretty level lot. There is existing soil erosion control located in this area here on the property. It's not shown on this map, unfortunately. And there's a septic system right in this area here, which has just been repaired, new septic put in. And I don't foresee any problems with any environmental issues on this.
Patio going to be on top of the septic?
No.
Just Mrs.?
It's just adjacent to the septic system. And it's going to be a simple 1 or 2 day install. Excavate out the topsoil in that area, put in 8 to 10 inches of gravel, pour the concrete on top of it, stamp it, and done. No storage of materials on the site or anything. Everything's going to be taken out, trucked out immediately.
Good.
And there are 2 letters in here.
Oh,
And both of them are from Kevin McGee. Just one. Just one?
I think
Oh, second one is for someone else? Oh, man, I thought you stapled it. All right, this is dated, did you get this letter today?
I did not.
Okay, well, it's the same as the last one I thought. It's, the information provided indicates that an at-grade patio will be installed on the west side of the existing house, which would require the removal of 10 inches of soil. No erosion control measures are shown on the site plan. In order to make sure that the coastal resources are protected during the construction process, I recommend the following conditions of approval. Erosion and sedimentation control measures consisting of hay bales and/or silt fence be installed around the perimeter of the work area. And 2, the Town of Guilford zoning enforcement officer should be notified to inspect the sedimentation and erosion control measures prior to any site work. Soil stockpiles should be contained by silt fencing and/or hay bales. Soil erosion and sedimentation control measures shall be maintained until vegetation is established or suitable material is installed to the satisfaction of the zoning enforcement. Great.
any other questions or anything? Gentlemen? All right, open up to the public. Oh, no, this is a public hearing. Anyone have a comment, a question? Yes, no, maybe? Anyone concerned at all? All right, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
continue to.
No, this is,
This is site plan.
Move to close this portion of the public hearing.
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
This is going to be another hectic night. Do you want to just make a decision as we move along rather than piling them up for the end? So these people can get at it?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, I'll make a motion just so it's on, and then we can talk. Voted that the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission approve a coastal area management application for Kenneth Horton at 13 Waterside Drive, map 8, lot 62, to install an at-grade patio as shown on the application dated 11/12/15. This application is approved with the following conditions. 1, that erosion and sedimentation control measures consisting of hay bales and/or silt fence be installed around the parameter of the work area. And 2, the Town of Guilford zoning enforcement officer should be notified to inspect the sedimentation and erosion control measures prior to any site work. Soil stockpiles should be contained by silt fencing and/or hay bales. Soil erosion and sedimentation control measures shall be maintained until vegetation is established or suitable material is installed to the satisfaction of the zoning enforcement.
Second.
All right, so any other discussion, concerns, worries?
Pretty straightforward.
I think so too. So, all right, all those in favor?
Well, I'd just like to add, this application is approved based upon a finding that it conforms with the zoning code and is consistent with the coastal management policies of the state of Connecticut.
3 seconds. Nice, well done, Frank.
All good?
You got it down.
Last chance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Mr. Horton. I'm going to motion to open up Mr. Carena.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Are we doing this one too? This is your meeting. This is all for you today.
Are you triple billing this? Say you are.
I bet she is.
Todd Anderson from Anderson Associates. I'm here on behalf of Robin Ferrano and Mr. Sanzoni. We have a case where there are 2 houses constructed in the same parcel. One was built in 1916, one was built in 1944. Zoning Board of Appeals has approved the split of the property. We had to ask them for concessions. I've got notice of variances here.
Where's this located?
Right on Boston Street, right before you get to Route 1 on the south side. Going near the water tower. Yeah, I've got the water tower.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got it.
And they each have their own septic system, they each have their own water service. We are proposing a driveway for this parcel here, which at the present moment doesn't have a driveway. They utilize this area here and the existing driveway over here. This house has an existing driveway already, and We have a letter from Dennis Johnson that he said that the septic systems, we did testing, there is enough area for code compliant systems if they need to have them. That is the second item on this letter, it's multiple purpose letter. And we are right on the edge of the coastal area management border, so that means that we have to have a coastal area management approval as well. But not any huge changes happening other than the new driveway for the house that doesn't have one.
So what's the standard that you had to meet for a variance from the zoning board of appeals?
I believe there was a sideline, not a sideline setback, a square setback and a frontage setback, I believe. Yes, a frontage setback in this lot and a square variance in this lot.
And the square footage variance?
The square footage we meet. The zone size is 20,000 square feet and we have 20,000 square feet, more than 20,000 in each one.
More than 20,000 on each one?
Yes.
And so you went to the zoning board of appeals claiming a certain hardship, right?
Yes, two houses that were built on the same property prior to zoning that could have been split prior to zoning.
So they existed on the same property and they could have been split prior to zoning. So what was the hardship that they faced?
I would have to look in the file. My father presented that one and I wasn't on that one. I would have to look in the file to see what he...
You gave us the file, right? You gave us the finding.
That is the notice of variance.
Right, so they found the hardship on the notice of variance, right?
Is there a hardship listed on this?
No, what it says is hardship or reason for decision.
It says this has no adverse impact on the comprehensive plan.
So do they have an option for, instead of showing a hardship, just giving a reason for decision without finding a hardship in the zoning board of appeals?
I do not know. I would have to look in the file.
Reggie knows.
It was because they had two houses on the same lot.
Right, but I mean, but they are required to show a
The
hardship,
hardship
right?
was that this property had been owned by the same person prior to zoning.
Right.
So they had every expectation to be able to split the property.
That's a good one. That's good.
There's no way they could create the two lots without variances.
Exactly.
In the physical situation,
Exactly.
size of the parcel.
Right.
It has two separate mailing addresses, two separate water services.
It's a pretty classic case for variance.
Good. Nice. Right, anything?
Well, there are a couple letters here.
Of course there are.
This one is from Dennis Johnson. It is stated that the soil test conducted on the applicant's property revealed suitable conditions for installation of individual septic systems to serve both dwellings. Both properties are served by a public water supply. Based upon the test results and site plan review, it is recommended that applicant's proposed subdivision be approved. And then there's one from Kevin McGee dated today. The applicant proposes to subdivide a lot within the coastal area management boundary. The lot being subdivided already contains two houses with associated septic systems. The subdividing of the lot should not have any adverse impacts on the coastal area resources.
No orange fence?
No conditions.
They're not building it.
Just license fence. All right, any other questions?
Orange fence for the imaginary line that we're creating.
Yeah, exactly.
We're building an imaginary line.
It's the hardship line. Any other questions on this side? Open it up to the public. Any questions, comments? Last chance. All right, can I get a motion to close this?
Second.
Those in favor? Aye. Let's make a decision real quick.
Voted that the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission approve a subdivision and coastal area management plan for Robin Pinero and Thomas Sanzuro at 527-535 Boston Street, map 49, lot 10, as shown on recorded subdivision map and site plan, and site development plan, section B, Sanzini property dated November 9, 2015, revised 11/20/2015, prepared by Anderson Engineering and Surveying Associates. This application is approved based upon a finding that it conforms with the zoning and subdivision codes of the town and is consistent with the coastal management policies of the state of Connecticut.
Second.
Ooh, stereo here. All right, so any other discussion?
I'm sold on the variance and the, not that we have control over the variance even, but
It does sound like a hardship.
I'm
though.
convinced. And both of the lots are 20,000 square feet, so
There's no reason to say no.
that's right.
Anything else? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Congratulations, Mr. Ferriano and Sanzoni.
You done now?
All right, is this the last one for you? All right, can I get a motion for Aaron Flynn?
So moved. Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aaron Flynn, come on down.
Sorry to make this work. Chris Pagliaro from Pagliaro Bartel Site Architects. I'm representing Aaron and Tanya Flynn, who are the owners of 124 Neck Road. We're here this evening. We received a zoning board approval in January and approval from this commission in March to construct the house. And the house is under construction. When we had the remnants of Hurricane Philip in October, the house had the property had some flooding that the owner said to me, is there anything we could do just to keep a car a little bit safer? The house is in a velocity flood zone, and we're not planning on changing anything that we had approved other than wanting to raise the garage slab by 11.5 inches. So the house isn't going up, the volume's not changing, the relationship of everything to grade is not changing. The only thing we're doing is essentially taking 11.5 inches of ceiling height out of the garage just to get 11.5 inches extra for those incidental moments.
What would the finished elevation of that floor be?
The approved garage slab was 4.83 MSL, and now this is 5.79. And we couldn't go a full foot just because of the structure and the variances that we had received, and in order to get a garage door to work properly in this zone. I have with me Tim DeBartolomeo, who is a partner at RACE, which is Roberge Associates Coastal Engineers. They're among the foremost coastal engineers in the state, and Tim can submit some information that this has no adverse impact on the coastal resources or the neighbors.
You don't want to elevate it another 11 inches. You're too far along in the process with the rest of it.
For the house to go up?
Yeah.
We would then have to go back to revise our variance. We don't have a problem. We had a 9-foot ceiling in the garage, and we could go to the 8 feet comfortably. We don't want to disconnect the house anymore. The house is fine. This was just saying, could we sneak an extra 11 inches in to keep a car dry on those incidental days?
Gotcha.
Good. So, if you have any questions for Tim, he's got a letter that he can submit stating that there's no adverse.
There are no adverse impacts?
There are no adverse impacts.
Thank you.
You know how much he gets paid to say that?
I'll take put that. Put that in the record. You put the letter.
Do we have any other questions?
Well, no, but there is a letter.
There's a letter?
There is a letter, and it says exactly what you say. It's from Kevin McGee, it's dated today. The applicant proposes to install a garage floor 0.96 feet above the March 18, 2015 approved elevation of 4.83 feet. This increase in garage floor elevation should not create an adverse impact on the coastal resources as long as the approved erosion and sedimentation controls are maintained. And you don't have a problem with that. Okay.
Any other questions, comments?
Just a quick question. So are the walls inside the garage breakaway walls?
Yes.
So it doesn't impact them at all?
Yeah, nothing has changed other than they'll break away 11.5 inches less of wall. Yeah, exactly.
So, do you, in our first applications, we had those drains, those smart drains. Do you have that?
Yes.
And are they now going to be below grade for the new floor?
No, they're allowed to be within 12 inches of the surface next to it. So some might be 12 inches up. I don't even know what we have. Some might be 12, some might be at the slab. They would just move proportionally.
Good, good. Any other questions? All set on this side? All set over here? Well, let me just ask the public if they have any questions or input one way or another.
You guys aren't here for this?
Last chance. No, I don't think they're here. No, I don't think. Can I get a motion to, I don't have, no, to close the public hearing?
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Do we have a motion handy?
Voted that the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission approve a coastal area management site plan revision to approve granted 3/18/15 at 124 Neck Road, map 25, lot 5 to elevate garage slab as shown on the application and plan dated 11/11/15. The application is approved with the following conditions: that it maintain the same conditions that were given at approval for the 3/18/15. This application is approved based upon a finding that it conforms with the zoning code and is consistent with the coastal management policies of the state of Connecticut.
Second.
All right, any other discussion? This is as straightforward as they get. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, nothing? Congratulations. Thank you. Good work. All right. Can I get a motion for the next one? No. This is a public hearing, so this one's going to have to be a two-parter.
Move to open zoning amendment, DDR Guilford LLC, Guilford Commons, 1919 Boston. I'm actually going to read this entire thing into the record because it seems identical to a previous
Just 2 months ago.
request from just 2 months ago, right? Zoning amendment, DDR Guilford LLC, Guilford Commons, 1919 Boston Post Road, map 79, lots 34, 35, and 36A, zone SCW. Request to amend section 273-206B3 of the zoning code. The amendment will allow for a limited illumination of signage on the tower of Guilford Commons and to revise the specifications for the signage located on the tower. First hearing 12/16, to be continued to 1/6 for mandatory second hearing date, and that's a motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
DDR. DDR? Attorney Nuff.
Reggie went out to look for him, see if anyone was here.
I hope he's okay. He's never late.
He's never been late. He has never been late.
He's never been late. All the times he's been here, he's always been on time.
Go
It's
on.
okay. Let's give him a minute.
Just
Go
continue.
to the next one if you want.
This is open right now. So, want to go on to the next one and leave this one open and hanging?
Sure.
Okay. Can I get a motion for the,
Move to open recommendation from the zoning committee to amend section 273-31, exceptions to height requirements, to add flagpoles, chimneys, ornamental cupolas not capable of use for human occupancy and which do not occupy more than 10% of the projected roof area, open 12/2 and continue to 12/16.
Second.
all those in favor?
All right, this is already open, actually.
Yeah, this is open.
Yeah.
So, when he was talking, I have a question about the flagpole, because I remember going home and thinking, what was he saying about the height of the flagpole? That most of them are 40 feet, but this doesn't limit that at 40 feet?
We haven't had that
I
problem.
don't know.
I think I remember.
He mentioned that we didn't have that problem in town.
So you have, Reggie can enlighten us. I think,
So,
Reggie, there's a question on the flagpole height
Yes.
in the zoning committee recommendation. I don't remember the details of that.
We did not include a flagpole height. Is that correct?
We don't have a.
Yeah, we don't have a regulation.
We don't have a standard now.
And we
so
didn't
that's
include
why
one
this
in the
was
zone.
put in there.
Oh,
so right, it's in here, and it's limited, is it limited to 40 feet, is it limited to 30 feet? Do we know what it says?
Oh,
Just has a definition.
we have the language.
And I guess I'm asking from the context that if someone wants to put a 200-foot flagpole up and we don't have a height limit, then they could do that.
Right.
And, anyone who drives on Route 95 going to work
They just never,
knows where that flagpole is.
that's just never happened to us, but I was worried
Well,
about
now's a good time to put it in. Since we're here,
Why not?
since we're doing it.
Might as well do that.
We'll research that question. Do you have any other questions about this proposal?
So, just so I'm clear, the ornamental cupolas, if the house limit's 35, how further up can they go from 35 feet beyond Is there any limit?
It's based, yes, it's based on, there's a drawing that will be included in the code, and it's based on a percentage of the pitch of the roof that it's on.
The roof area,
Yeah.
not necessarily the pitch. The entire
That's not the
roof area.
pitch, though. That
that's
was the
roof area.
physical size of the cupola, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So it can't be, I think it was 10%
Right.
of the entire roof area.
Larger, I'm saying, let's say someone wanted to be a wise guy and all the neighbors have it at 35 feet plus 10, and he wants to be 35 plus 20.
Right.
Do we have,
50 would be the flagpole height.
So we
50?
put it, we have it currently set at 50, the way it's designed.
Correct.
I'm ready to make a motion. These
You're okay with
kids,
50?
These kids want to talk.
okay. Well, go ahead, make your motion.
There could be more public input, I doubt it, but
Anyone want to have public input on the cupola amendment? Flagpoles? Oh, sir.
Welcome.
What is the requirement right now, the height requirement?
It doesn't exist. That's why we're,
Can we just get your name and address for the record?
oh yeah.
Because in the
Name and
motion
address,
it says non-living space.
Right.
What is the height requirement now for living space?
That differs by zone.
it's either 35 feet or 40 feet, depending on what zone you're in.
Okay, and what would this do to that requirement?
It would allow,
Would it allow that to go higher?
No.
well, not for the principal structure, it would allow it to go higher for cupolas under certain circumstances and other ornamental roof structures.
Right. So what I guess my basic question is, if you pass this, the existing height on the livable structure
Doesn't change.
won't change?
Correct.
Okay.
So
Stuff
just for
will
the
just
record,
stick out.
can we have your name, please?
Oh, my name is Richard Romeo, 48 Little Harbor Road.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else have, that's a good question. Anyone else have questions? Last chance. All right. Someone want to close this? Phoebe?
Will we close this portion of the public hearing?
Second.
All's in favor? All those in favor? Aye. Aye. It's not working.
Nobody's in favor.
All right, so does someone want to make a motion? We'll discuss it and get it done.
I think it tightens up this regulation.
I think it does too.
I know.
Yeah, it does.
It took me like 5 minutes to plan.
That's what it is. You don't have purpose for it.
Okay.
Well, it
All right,
doesn't just,
voted.
it also lets,
Yes. It gives me a lot of dust. I have a motion, I guess. Voted that the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission approve a zoning code amendment that has been submitted to the Planning and Zoning Commission on the previous hearing date. This amendment is approved based upon the finding that it conforms with the Plan of Conservation and Development and will be effective, I don't know what date should be effective. Next Friday.
what's the date? The 23rd?
December 25th. All right.
I don't know what, yes, it's good one. Whatever the publication date of the Courier is next week.
Okay, that date.
Yes.
Make it effective December 27th.
I thought 25th. That's
Effective
Christmas.
December 27th.
Okay, December 27th it is.
Second.
Any other discussion?
I think we need to include a finding that it's consistent with the
Did I not say that?
Plan of Conservation and
I
Development.
said that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're good.
Withdrawn.
I stand by myself.
Call the question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstaining? None? So passed. All right. All set?
Yes.
I get a motion for the second, let's reopen the hearing on the change to zoning code.
So moved.
Second.
In favor? Aye. So, aye, yes, aye. There we go. Good. So, Faber, I have to ask, I know a lot of you want to speak, and I really, really appreciate you joining in town government. I think it's important that everyone participate. I think it's wonderful that all you guys want to join in, and I want to give you that opportunity. I will ask that you try to hold it to 5 minutes. If you have an important thought that you want to expound on, I will give you more time. But I'm proud to say that you're going to be able to speak here. So, is there anyone that wants to start? Anyone?
Is this the date for the...
Oh, yeah.
You're on.
You guys are up.
First of all, thank you for having us today. I do have copies of our proposed amendment and back materials. I made 10 copies. I see there's 11 of you, so I'd be happy to drop it in the office tomorrow. I'm Dana Hilmer. I'm the prevention coordinator with Guilford Day. And in case you don't know what Day is, we are a coalition. And our mission is to create a healthy, positive environment for Guilford youth and help them make positive choices. So you've heard us here before, and our goal is to ask you to consider to not vote to have zoning for a medical marijuana dispensary and/or production facility here in Guilford. What I'd like to share is, again, as a coalition, we represent 12 different sectors in the community, and today you're going to hear from quite a few of them. And first of all, what I'd love to do is ask everybody in the audience here that is here to support our effort, and that is to not have zoning for medical marijuana dispensary. If you could all just stand up for a moment, we'll just kind of show that support here that we have in the room today. And the speakers that you'll be hearing from are youth leaders, business leaders, somebody from the child and social services sector, recovery services, law enforcement, faith organization, concerned parents, and concerned community members. So you're going to hear a spectrum of perspectives, and again, we thank you for hearing us out today. I do want to share that we're going to be starting off with Bo Kuhn, and he's going to give you a brief overview of what it is that we're proposing, the legal background for it, and also an overview, because you asked us last time, of some of the towns in Connecticut that have already voted to not have a zoning for medical marijuana dispensaries. So I'd like to introduce Bo Kuhn. Thank you.
Well, I'm Bo Kuhn at 465 Clabber Hill Road, and I'm one of the members of the Day Council. We were supposed to wear our purple shirts tonight, and I couldn't bring myself to do it with all the ribbons, because now we're going to talk about some legal stuff. But for the benefit of the kids, I wanted them to know that I actually did at least bring it. That was styled by my grandchildren. And I will start off by saying that I've had a long-term interest in the issue of addiction. We had one of our kids got addicted to crack as a high school sophomore. Devastating effect on her, devastating effect on the family. She has recovered, and we are so proud of that and proud of her recovery. But our whole family has been involved over the years with the issue of addiction and recovery. And I have seen an awful lot of people who have not made it and who have really been demolished. So I take issues of addiction very, very seriously, and frankly don't find anything funny about marijuana. It is a serious problem here in Guilford and certainly throughout our whole country. The specific things that I'm going to address tonight, there are a number, we're a little disorganized, a number of us picking up different pieces, but I was going to answer a couple of questions that came up at the first opportunity for public hearing, and then also address the legal issues as to whether or not you all have the authority to prohibit medical marijuana facilities. What we have proposed is an amendment to the zoning code. I don't know exactly where you would add the section or what the number would be, but it would be a new section. I believe it would be included in Article 12 of your regulations that would prohibit production or sale of substances in violation of federal, state law. And the proposal that we had sets out the sort of the basis, the legal basis for the commission to do that. It would be a public health and safety decision on your part. And it would prohibit the production or sale of marijuana, which would include recreational marijuana as well as medical marijuana. And then it would amend Section 273, the definition, 273.2, the definitions, to specifically put in a definition of medical marijuana dispensary facility and medical marijuana production facility. Now, there was a question raised at the last hearing of other towns that have adopted a prohibition of medical marijuana facilities. And the fact is that I looked and I found 4 towns. I think there's more, but it's definitely 4. The one that I think is the best precedent for you is Ridgefield, which is a regulation quite similar to the one that we're proposing. And I sent to George Kroll this afternoon my written statement, but I didn't include the attachments that I meant to include from Ridgefield. So I brought copies of what I sent to George, and then in addition, I have the regulation adopted by Ridgefield, the minutes of planning and zoning back in October when they held their hearing on this, and also a news report from the Ridgefield Press at the time that the commission voted to adopt it. Ridgefield did that a couple of weeks ago, and it became final, I believe, just about a week ago. And what Ridgefield did was prohibit both medical marijuana facilities and recreational marijuana. They explicitly spelled out the recreational marijuana prohibition. At their public hearing, they had invited in the first selectman, the police chief, the chief of police, the director of social services, and the state legislator, and held a little session on that. And so included in their minutes are the arguments that were made by the various officials who were invited to testify, and the fact that that was a factor in their decision and what they based their decision on down in Ridgefield. In addition, all 4 towns have sort of different approaches to how they go about this prohibition. And one final thing in Ridgefield that I should mention was that because Bethel, a neighboring town, had a medical marijuana dispensary, they felt that people in the community who wanted access, needed access to medical marijuana, could easily get that, which is, again, is quite similar to Guilford with the situation over at Exit 56 in Brantford, where there is an existing medical marijuana dispensary. In Newtown, they've taken the position that their existing regulations prohibit medical marijuana facilities. They're saying when an applicant comes to them, they say, if you want a medical marijuana facility, you have to get an amendment of our regs to authorize it. They're saying that it would be an extraordinary use to have a medical marijuana facility, but that doesn't fit the definition of pharmacy, doesn't fit within our existing regs, and you'd have to amend the rules. I spoke to the town planner down there, and he said that he believes there are a number of towns that are taking that position, but he didn't specifically tell me the names of any other towns that do that. A third approach was the one taken by Clinton. What Clinton did was to add to the chart in the regulations that shows all of the zoning districts in town and what uses are permitted in each of their districts. They then added medical marijuana facilities, and Clinton puts an X in their grid for a use, a listed use that's prohibited. And they put an X in their grid for every district in the town, showing that medical marijuana facilities are prohibited in every district in town. The fourth approach was one taken by Danbury. What they did was to require that medical marijuana may only be dispensed in a pharmacy. The state statute specifically says medical marijuana may not be dispensed in a pharmacy. So they did that to make it impossible to comply both with state law and with the town zoning regulations. Now, our thought, when we discussed it among ourselves and with others, was not to screw around with it, to be upfront, and basically it's the Richfield approach of putting in a specific prohibition where you spell out what you have in mind. It's not anything at all tricky to look at the grid and find the X and that sort of thing. It's just a flat-out, straight-up prohibition. And frankly, I think that's the best way to go. But there are the other approaches that various towns have taken. Now, I am a lawyer, worked for Pfizer, pharmaceutical company in Groton and also in New York over the years. I've been retired for a long time. I'm not a land use lawyer, but I do know that the question of whether you all have the authority to prohibit medical marijuana is something that's going to be on your mind. And I have written out my analysis of what that is. I suspect you might go to your town council to check that yourselves, or you might buy what I'm selling. But I think that under the Connecticut Constitution, it's pretty clear that the town has broad powers to prohibit medical marijuana facilities under your general power to protect the health and welfare of the residents. That's sort of the baseline rule in the New England states, that the towns have strong autonomy from the state, and if the state is going to pull back your authority to deal with something, that they need to be pretty explicit about that and pretty clear about it. In the medical marijuana statute, that's CGS 21A408, they said absolutely nothing about pushing the town out of this question. There's no exclusion of your authority. And moreover, in the regulations that have been promulgated on this, the regs explicitly state that applicants for a license as a medical marijuana facility must demonstrate compliance with applicable local zoning requirements and ordinances. So if you prohibit medical marijuana facilities here in Guilford, that means the state won't give a license to an applicant who is proposing to do that. There have been no Connecticut court decisions on the issue. We have these other 4 towns. It hasn't gone to court, but there is a California Supreme Court decision, unanimous decision, that held that the city of Riverside in California had the authority to prohibit medical marijuana facilities in California from being able to build a facility in the city. And the attachment 2 to our original proposal that Dana handed out when she passed out the folders earlier is a copy of that Supreme Court decision. And I believe it's very likely that if this ever went to a Connecticut court, that the courts here would take the same approach. I mean, the New England autonomy for the power of the towns is historically is stronger here than it is in California. So that logic would apply foursquare here in Connecticut. In addition, there are a couple of things. There's a Connecticut Post article, which is included in attachment 2, and that mentions that Newtown prohibits medical marijuana facilities, but it also includes a statement by a state senator who said, quote, "Towns have the right to institute an outright ban if they choose." And that same article pointed out that municipalities have the authority to ban alcohol, and gave an example of Bridgewater, Connecticut, that has banned alcohol. There's a second equally strong, maybe even stronger legal issue here as to why you've got the authority, and that is that federal law prohibits marijuana as I think it's a Schedule 1 drug under federal law. And there have been court decisions in the past that said planning and zoning commissions could not ban adult bookstores, prohibit them completely from the town, or adult theaters, prohibit them from the town. But those cases were based on the First Amendment free speech rules. And First Amendment free speech is not going to apply to medical marijuana. So those cases are out of the picture. And the current federal law that prohibits marijuana use conflicts with the state law. So if someone were trying to, if Guilford wants to ban, prohibit medical marijuana facilities under the zoning rules here, someone would have to argue that the state law preempts federal law on this issue, and everybody accepts that that's not the case. Everyone agrees the federal government could come in, step on Connecticut's medical marijuana law, and wipe this whole thing out. The federal government has decided not to do that as a matter of policy, but the question of who has the authority here, it's clearly going to be the federal law will prevail over the state in that situation. I actually think that if there were litigation on this point, Connecticut's whole medical marijuana statute and regulations would crater. I think they'd just be gone because it is so clear that the federal law would take precedence on that. It would be like the company where I work, Pfizer, not being able to get approval from FDA for a new drug, and deciding, well, we'll go to the Connecticut legislature and get that approved here in Connecticut, and then that takes precedence over the FDA. Not the case. Everybody knows it's not the case. So I think the federal law situation really it gives you a lot of comfort if this is something you want to do and are willing to do. Final point, legal point I guess I had was a question was raised as to why are we talking about this here? We deal with land use issues here. Why are you dragging us into drugs and marijuana and that sort of thing? The fact is that it isn't the usual thing you deal with, but every now and then you get sucked into a public health and safety issue and you get tormented by it, like with the propane tank question of whether, that's safe for the town. And it is something that B&Z deals with the issue of public health and safety in its land use regulations. Ridgefield, in the documents that I handed out, specifically looked at that question of whether it should be the Board of Selectmen or Planning and Zoning that dealt with that land use issue, and they concluded, I suspect they had legal advice, that that was within the domain of Planning and Zoning. And also, there are a lot of different towns that are dealing with the land use issue of medical marijuana facilities and where they will be located or whether they'll be prohibited. So I think it's pretty open and shut that you've got this within your land use authority to be considering the issues. And that is pretty much it. I did include references to the public health issue and where you could find information on that. We have a bunch of others who are going to be talking about that, and I think that is something that kids wanted to talk about. So I'm not sure.
I just have a few questions.
Sure.
We say production or sale of substances in violation of federal or state laws or prohibited use in here. If that's the case, why don't we just call the FBI or the state police or the local police to shut it down? Do we need a regulation in the land use, that regulation, if it's a violation of federal or state law? Shouldn't the police authorities be shutting it down no matter whether it's, we say it's permitted or not?
Well, you have to take that up with President Obama. I mean, you know, it's been a policy decision. The federal government isn't going to step in and be arresting people who are doing this, and I think the FBI would take the same position on a facility. But as a matter of law, that's, you know, not the case.
The other thing I'm just a little concerned about is how broadly that's worded here. I mean, whether you're for or against this, I think we may need to change the word. For example, there's certain things that you could produce, like DDT, for example, which is illegal to use here, but is okay to export to certain countries. There's certain things like that. Now, I'm not saying anybody do DDT here, but I think we may need to narrow down the wording here so that applies more towards the marijuana production or dispensing.
Yeah, I did pull that language from the city of Riverside rag out in California.
I'm just concerned how broad it is, and I mean specifically for what you're looking for. I think we could narrow the wording down so it's more applicable to this.
Yeah, good point.
The other thing I would just ask is, what else are you doing at the state and federal level to try to get the law changed? I mean, I agree with the position you're taking here. I don't think it's an appropriate use, but in the context of land use, you know, are you going to go town by town, or is there an effort to try to get this changed at the state level, or to get the federal government to enforce the law?
Well, our group has sent a letter to the governor asking to meet with him, and Senator Kennedy's staff is trying to help us get a meeting up there, which we thought was like impossible. It, you know, just wouldn't happen. But we're hopeful that through Senator Kennedy's, with his help, that we'll be able to get up there and talk. And I actually I'm very concerned that medical marijuana is just like the nose of the camel under the tent for legalization.
Yeah, that's going to be next term.
And legalization is, you know, it just, you see it happening elsewhere. And if we're going to legalize, if we're going to make it like cigarettes, then for Pete's sake, we should have an educational program equivalent to what's being done for cigarettes that spells out the dangers of it, which we haven't, it's not being done, you know, because it's illegal. We just sort of like, you don't need to have public service announcements and all kinds of ads and things in the magazines, but the fact is there's a lot of problem with kids and marijuana use that I don't think is generally understood, and we so I'm hoping, don't legalize, Governor, but for Pete's sake, if you do, it isn't 6 ads, commercials on PBS. You know, we need a full-scale, all-out war to get this explained to kids.
I'm all set.
Any other questions?
I have a question. My question is, I guess, I think there's some fairly good evidence that marijuana does help some people with some conditions.
Right.
So when you understand that, how then would you, is it your opinion that even though that's the case, that there should be no marijuana dispensaries in Connecticut whatsoever?
No, I'm really glad you asked that, because I believe that there are some conditions for which marijuana is helpful. I think that's long been the case with cancer and nausea, and I think there are other things where that may be true as well. What the state did was to have an approach where there was going to be a limited number of facilities. I think it's less than 10. There's going to be the max production facilities, and they're evaluating how many dispensaries there can be, but they're not thinking every town in the state is going to have one. And there are towns that seem to want this, and more power to them. I don't think it's good policy for any town to do it, but there are plenty that have, and Branford has, and so I think it takes pressure off of you by the fact that Branford has one and it's an exit 56, and anybody who needs access to it can get it. And the thing I'm concerned about that I really want is for town government to be giving a message to our kids that says, not good for kids, and to back up the kids who are willing to stand up in the school and take a stand on it. So.
Good, thank you. Any other questions? This gentleman, what would you like to add?
Hi, I'm David Malilla, 135 Mirror Lane, and I'm part of DAY as well. I have spent close to 40 years working with youth and with drug and alcohol issues. I have been for a long time now the director of Madison Youth and Family Services, and I'm a therapist, and kind of my specialty has been drug and alcohol issues. That's my background. To a couple of points that came up, there is a statewide effort, the Connecticut Association of Prevention Practitioners, which I am now the past president of that group. We have been lobbying in Hartford and working on that issue, and we are Connecticut's chapter of Smart Approaches to Marijuana, or SAM, and that is a national face dealing with this issue. As far as the value of medical marijuana, I totally agree that there is promise in medical marijuana. I don't think what is being touted today is exactly true as far as what happens with marijuana. There is marijuana that can be applied topically. There is marijuana that doesn't have the stuff you get high on, which is what seems to work for the seizures. There's marijuana that has the THC in it. And with all of this, people are going for the stuff with the THC and the highest THC, and they get to be able to reach in and feel the marijuana and pick the THC content as high as they want. There's not a prescription for this. There's a card that says you're eligible to get it. There's not a dosage for this. There are no clinical studies. Medical marijuana has promise, but medical marijuana is not at a point where any other medicine would use it, would be allowed to get by with what they're doing. I think Bo did an excellent job of talking about the legal standing of this issue, and I'd like to take a second to talk about some of the reasons why we shouldn't allow it. First of all, it is illegal federal, and I don't even know if it constitutes as a policy so much as a discretion. This administration has decided they will not interfere with states doing medical marijuana or now even recreational marijuana. We've got an election coming up. I don't know if you've been watching any debates. If you watched last night, we have no idea what's coming down the road, and all it would take is the next president saying, no, this is ridiculous. We're changing our tune here, and the federal law could still apply to it. So I think it's a risky venture. Two, dispensaries have been known to increase crime in the area where they exist. And also add to the idea of some of the products slipping black market out into the community and to kids. Connecticut has been pretty good about this issue, from what I've been able to tell. But Connecticut is also very invested. The Department of Consumer Protection is very invested in increasing the amount of people getting medical marijuana for reasons that don't really make sense to me. And we don't know if that safety factor will continue. And the last thing is that there's sort of an urban myth that's been around lately that marijuana is harmless, and that it's inevitable that this is going to become legal. And I would say it is obviously not harmless. It affects IQ, it affects people who have some closeness to serious mental health problems, of breaking into those mental health problems. It has issues. Not for everybody who smokes it. But 1 in 9 people get addicted to it, which the marijuana industry will tell you is not addictive. And I would counter by saying the number one reason that young people go into drug and alcohol residential treatment facilities, the number one issue is marijuana use. And if you think the insurance companies are foolish enough to pay for all those residential stays for something that's not addictive, then you haven't spent a lot of time dealing with insurance companies. It is problematic. There are people who have a serious hard time with it. I think in real life we know the stoners and the burnouts and the people who kind of fell from having a lot of activities and things they were involved with down to nothing. I think if you look at that from a practical basis, you could say, yeah, there are some concerns. There are definitely concerns about the issue. So I think between the concerns about the issue, the risk of increasing crime and being a nuisance attraction, and the piece of what the federal government can wipe away in a moment's notice, that there's lots of good reasons. And I guess I have another finally after my first one. When people make decisions that make marijuana appear less harmful, kids smoke more marijuana. It is the one drug in Connecticut that is not going down in use, as we're addressing all the others, and the decriminalization followed by the medical marijuana and all the talk about recreational usage, to me are clearly the reason why.
So can I ask you to clarify? You're saying in your practice, in your job, that more children need to go into rehab for marijuana use than alcohol use? Is that correct? I just want to understand what you said.
Yes, the number one, not in my practice, but nationally, the number one drug of choice people going into residential treatment is marijuana.
I have one question. I need a narcotic painkiller. I need to go to an MD or somebody who's authorized to write a prescription and then get it. But if I wanted to get medicinal marijuana, you said I just need a card, or how do I get that card?
You go to a doctor who is supposed to have a long-lasting relationship with you and determines that other alternatives have been tried and that you will need this. In Connecticut, there's about 4,000 people who have the card. 1,000 of them have been by one physician. And there's another physician with almost as many as that person. So it is basically the kind of thing, come in and pay for an appointment and you'll get a card. There are people who really can benefit from medical marijuana. So much of what happens is not people suffering with lifelong illnesses. The average person in California on medical marijuana was a 35-year-old person with previous convictions for drug offenses and no history of chronic illness.
I have a question. We talk a lot about all the states that do have medical marijuana facilities and have been around for years. Do you know of any studies that have been done about the towns that house some of these facilities and the students or children in those towns having an increase in usage of recreational marijuana or illegal?
Yes.
Yeah.
The youth use and it's, in Connecticut, the medical is not for kids, and there's no recreational. In Oregon, when medical went in, it went up, when recreational...
When medical went in, what went up?
When the medical marijuana law went into effect in, Colorado, the usage went up. And of the kids going into treatment, the majority of those kids said that they had received marijuana that was medical marijuana redirected to them.
But more specifically, from facilities that are located in their town, or just from facilities in general? Because we have one in Branford. You know, we can't stop that it's over there.
Again, I think we've done it. There's things I would change about it, but this is a better law than out west. And that's where my statistic that crime has gone up. It's also a cash business. You can't use credit cards. Banks won't take their money. There's huge amounts of cash because of the federal law. So it is a risky endeavor.
So are you saying that the medical marijuana facility in Brantford can't establish a relationship with the bank to deposit their early cash? That's right. Would that not mean that they have piles and piles and piles and piles of cash lying in there?
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know what they do to handle the situation, but a bank won't touch that.
That's the way it works.
Okay, thank you.
One other quick question. I'm sure in every town in Connecticut, there's either CVS or Walgreens, and they have narcotics probably more addictive and more dangerous than this potential. But I could go there and get it if I have a prescription and if I convince a doctor I have a need for it. Why is this? Why don't we shut down all of the, or not allow Walgreens and CVS's to sell narcotics? I mean, some of that falls into the same hands, to children or to people who shouldn't be using it.
When we get medical marijuana as refined and researched and protected as other prescription drugs, I think we'd be able to move it into a CVS or a Walgreens at that point. This is just wide open and entirely too easy to manipulate. And again, based on no research, based on no good research.
I just wanted to add to that answer. When you're talking about an opioid, for example, in a pharmacy, that drug has gone through FDA approval. It is prescribed by a physician with a specific dosage. It has specific labeling and warnings attached to it. And in the event that somebody overdoses, it's when that drug is not being used appropriately. When it comes to medical marijuana, it not only has not undergone research, it is anecdotal evidence and people kind of saying, hey, help me, and it's anecdotal stories that are leading people to add the specific condition to the list of approved conditions for medical marijuana. So again, it can help some people for certain conditions, and some of those conditions have been fairly well documented, but it's not the same as research, and the research will not happen until it is legal on a federal level. The research has not happened because it is against the law federally and they cannot get grants for research. The research is expensive. So when you go to a medical marijuana dispensary, you're given a card. You're not given a specific dosage. You're not given the warnings. You're given when you go to a CVS or a Walgreens.
And I don't disagree with any of that at all that you said, but I think your complaint is with the state and the feds. I think your complaint is really with the state for passing a law like this, which is so open-ended, and with the feds for not enforcing the law. I mean, I understand what we're trying to do here, okay? I respect you for that, but I'm just saying it seems that that's where the problem really lies.
That is one of the problems, absolutely. There is an inherent problem with the way it's being done.
My understanding is that in regular pharmacies like CVS and Walgreens, there are prescription medications that do contain THC as the active ingredient. So how does that fit into all of this? If it's not legal medical marijuana, but it's the active ingredient in THC, are you also wanting to end that sale in the drugstore, or is that okay? Like, that's been vetted and tested?
The difference, anything that's going through an FDA-approved drug has gone through appropriate research and has gone through protocols and has been prescribed in certain dosage amounts. And those dosage amounts are relayed to the patient. It's done in the responsibility of the doctor. And there's also warning labels, right, that we all see. That list of all the warnings of things that can happen. None of that happens with marijuana.
Well, okay, so does that not happen? When you go to a medical marijuana dispensary, do you not meet with a doctor or pharmacy? Does the pharmacist not evaluate your needs based on body weight and...
No, and it's interesting. We actually went to a presentation that was given by the Department of Consumer Protection and took us through the process. Basically, the doctor is supposed to be in a long-term relationship, as Mr. Malone said. That's questionable, and that's how do you define that? The doctor basically prescribes a card saying you may go get medical marijuana, and it's up to a certain ounce per month. The way the patient decides to medicate is completely self-medicated. They have this card, they have the marijuana, they then take it according to, so it's not controlled in that kind of way, and there aren't warning labels and there aren't exact prescriptions, like this is your weight, this is, your condition, and this is what you should take per day. Nothing like that exists in the world of medical marijuana dispensary.
Okay, so I am aware, I have personal familiarity with the individual who owns the Brantford facility, He's a doctor of pharmacy, graduated from UConn. My daughter is a doctor of pharmacy. He asked to hire her. She decided not to do that. But he only hires pharmacists to interact with patients, and they do evaluate. There's a 30-minute meeting with the pharmacist before you can be prescribed. There's a 2.5 ounce per month rule, and they do evaluate what level of THC is best for you, and also what delivery method. There's vapors, like people vape this stuff, and lollipops and cupcakes and all that.
So you mentioned the lollipops and the candies are not allowed.
Okay, so I don't know that there isn't some sort of control. And when we talked about large piles of money of cash, I know that their relationship with the bank next door did stop, and that they found another bank in Brantford that would handle that cash deposits. And the concern was that it's money generated through illegal sales of drugs. However, the bank cited that the federal policy is that they're not going to enforce. And I agree with the other commissioner that, certainly one way of attacking the problem is through land use, through planning and zoning. However, your primary fight really should be with the legislature, who says that this is a good thing to do. And my concern for everyone in this room is that given that there's a large pile of money to be made with taxes, our state government probably may head in that direction very soon. And so this may have greater importance than what we are facing now with medical marijuana.
There are concerns on multiple levels, and I can't remember who asked the question earlier about what's being done at the state level.
Right.
Connecticut CAP, so Connecticut Association of Practitioner Professionals that David referred to, we actually are having an event up at the Capitol on February 10th, and it's an opportunity for concerned citizens, youth leaders, prevention practitioners to meet with the legislators and educate them about marijuana. There is definitely a concern that these medical dispensaries could, in fact, become retail outlets if, in fact, it is legalized. That's an if. We don't know. So the effort right now is to educate on the state level.
Okay, so at some point, and I don't know when it was, I don't pay attention to this kind of thing because it doesn't really affect me in any way, shape, or form. However, at some point, the state legislature must have said, I wonder if this is a good idea. And at that point, when they were considering that, why wasn't there a huge amount of public outcry? Why wasn't the general population screaming, this is insane, this is crazy, you're putting our children at risk? Why now? Why after the law's been in place, after a year of distribution, why now are you first going to Hartford to discuss this with them?
It has been an issue in the past, but I'm not familiar myself personally with what the history was a couple of years ago when this was passed. Does anybody speak to that?
I plead guilty. I wish I had been up there screaming and yelling. I would have been if I'd known about it, didn't know about it. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. But, You know, it's happened. We are focusing our efforts on Guilford. That's what DAY is a Guilford coalition trying to get a whole lot of parts of the community working on the issue of teens and drugs and alcohol to back up our kids and to protect our kids. I mean, I'm going to try to go to the governor. I'm not going to have any luck, you know, but I think that would affect here in Guilford. And,
I feel what you're saying. I have, from a couple times sitting here, I have said I can't change what's going on in Washington, I can't change what's going on in Hartford, but I darn sure can change what's going on here. And so I'm with you on this, just in general application.
You can change if you start small, and that's not our town.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Could everyone just say who they are? I was remiss.
Diana Van Steenbergen, 207 Elm Street.
Okay, thank you.
The kids probably are dying wanting to say their part, so.
Okay, so if you all want to give them an opportunity, again, I think it's great that you're joining in. Please feel free to just express.
Also, we usually put in this just our street address. Obviously, we mostly live in Guilford. If you have an address outside of Guilford, also just mention the town, but just mention the number and street. And the name of the person, yeah.
Jane Marchand, 171 Andrews Road. Like what was said, our main purpose is to watch out for the youth, and not many of you may know this, but our average of marijuana use for the youth is 7.1% higher than the national average. And that is partly because of perception of risk. And that has gone down 18% from 2009 to 2014. That was the last time that it was, that we got data. And I think if the youth sees that we are using our land to create, or not create, but distribute marijuana, it would definitely send out a message that we are not trying to send to our youth.
Thank you. Who's next?
Gabrielle Cuomo, 37 Brookridge Lane. Adding to what Jane was saying, it's promoting the wrong message. You're basically promoting like marijuana is good for you, and truth is, what they're going to be smoking is not going to be medical marijuana. Chances are they're not going to get that. They're going to smoke what they're smoking now, and that's not regulated. It's not good for them. So by having one here, it's just me promoting them to smoke more and do it more because they think it's benefiting their health when in fact it's not.
Thank you. Who's next?
Hi, I'm Peter. I live at 197 Village Pond Road. Like Gabby was saying, what we're trying to do here is we're trying to give kids in Guilford the idea that this isn't something that we support, that we're not behind really unregulated marijuana, and that it is still bad for you, that it's not this great medicine that fixes everything. I scroll through Facebook a whole lot, more than I should. Every other post I see pretty much is something about somebody has a false idea about the health benefits of marijuana, and that, they're saying that it's medicine now, so it's good for you, but you can't be putting that idea out there. I've been in a bunch of different situations where kids know that drunk driving is bad, that smoking cigarettes is bad. They know that. We've beaten that into them time and time again, but they don't get that same idea about marijuana, and that's something that we have to teach them. Kids don't realize that driving while you're high is bad, the way that driving while you're drunk is bad, and that by banning this dispensary from Guilford, we're really sending a message that it's not this perfect drug that everybody's saying that it is, that we're still not behind it. And I think that's a really powerful message to send the kids in Guilford.
Good. Well said. Who's next?
I'm not a kid. I'm Lynn Ott, and I live at Boston Terrace. And Peter is my grandson, and David and Lisa probably want to say something too. But Peter said it eloquently. We don't have enough information out there for the kids for them to know how dangerous it is. My son never did drugs because I drummed it into him not to do it. His father-in-law on his 40th birthday said, "Congratulations, your son never did drugs and he never smoked." But I think I have an in-law whose brother died of an overdose, and his interest began with marijuana, and then he went on to heroin. And I think Peter and all these kids are right. It is an introductory level, and it is telling people that these drugs are okay. They already know they shouldn't get the opium drugs from or whatever it's called, the high pain medicine that the adults are taking. But I think the fact that the state is allowing marijuana dispensaries is creating a false impression. And I agree with Diane Van Steenbergen. We have to start small. Everything big in this country has started with grassroots. We have to start somewhere. And I know Bo Hume, if he had known that this was going to come to Connecticut, he would be fast forward right up there talking against marijuana dispensaries. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
I think to be able to really be passionate about this, you have to deal with something like firsthand or have a personal experience, because we hear comments from people here that we're fighting against marijuana that I have a mom who has cancer and she needs it, but we see people that are parents that their child has started with marijuana and it's a gateway drug and they've gone up all the way to heroin and all this other stuff. So what we have to pull out is the gateway drug, which is marijuana, and having it in our town, again, would be a bad idea.
Great, thank you. There's a young gentleman back there.
Hello, I'm Anthony Slate. I'm part of Troop 474 Guilford. My address is 1889 Philadelphia Road. I'm here on behalf of scouting in Guilford out of the troops. I think we have 3 troops in Guilford, and I've talked to 2 different troops. This is my home troop, which is Troop 474. Scouting was founded by Robert Baden Powell back in 1907, and when he founded it, he made up these 2 obligations that we live by: the Scout Oath and the Scout Law. And one of the points in the 12 points of the Scout Law is clean. And the BSA approved definition of clean is as follows: a Scout keeps his body and mind fit and clean. He chooses the company of those who live by high standards. He helps keep his home and community clean. And I feel that having talked with my troop and talking with the Troop 471, who's also out of Guilford, having a medical marijuana dispensary would provide a stain in Guilford. We all know where the vape blocks are. There are 2 located in Guilford, and having those only promotes the use of vape or e-cigarettes or such. But having a marijuana dispensary would also only promote this, the use of marijuana amongst teens in Guilford, or youth overall. Then again, in the Scout Oath, one of the last couple phrases is to keep ourselves mentally awake. This ties into the use of marijuana because marijuana affects the brain. It may not affect everyone like we stated before, but it affects a large populace. Overall, scouting is not just like a community thing, it's not a country thing, it's a nationally or international practice that is practiced all over the world. And the law of marijuana is still illegal. Because this is a law, this directly conflicts with scouting and what scouting stands for. Because of that, after talking with multiple troops in the community, everybody in Scouting supports Day in this decision.
Thank you.
Joel Helander, Vineyard Point Road, Guilford. I just want to make a general commentary. I've had 2 careers that have involved abuse issues. One in the emergency medical services, 2 in the judicial system. And all of the statements that have been made here tonight, I would concur with. I think one of the things that we need to keep in mind is we don't have an applicant before you who's going to be aggrieved if you prohibit marijuana dispensaries in this town. This is something that you have control of now. I can't imagine who is going to, there's nobody to appeal this at present. And furthermore, there is nobody who's going to be bitterly aggrieved. The only thing also, I think, is I hope and pray, and you know me, I don't normally appear here to make comments, but I hope and pray that what you do is for the betterment of Guilford. Now, past is prologue. And as the town historian, I'd like to comment that I'd like to give you a page out of history, P&Z history, if I can do that, Mr. Commissioner. 40 years ago, there was an application in this town to create a dog racetrack up at Goose Lane at exit 59. George might remember, actually that was before George. Now, on its face, you might wonder, what does this have to do with the medical marijuana issue? But on its face, it's pretty benign. A racetrack for hounds. Well, on its face, it's pretty benign to have a medical marijuana dispensary. But what you need to realize, there are attendant problems, behaviors, and liabilities from a medical marijuana dispensary in this town. And I think Guilford deserves better. And I think you have the authority and the power and the discretion and hopefully the value to prohibit it completely in Guilford, Connecticut. My commentary. Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Jeff Letourneau. I'm at Willow Road, Guilford. And we moved here about 7 years ago with 3 little kids. Heard that Guilford was a fantastic town. And it is. We've got a beautiful green. We've got a gorgeous new high school that my 3 kids, unfortunately, are going to get to go through. And I think, Mr. Melillo, your comment about how, even though it could be used for medicinal marijuana, maybe there's a place for that. I think Brantford's close enough, to be honest with you. I think the part of it that you can have some unwanted activity, especially with a cash business, and it just sends the wrong message. I mean, we've got kids here that are come out and concerned, and I think as a concerned parent, I think a lot of parents are concerned that this just sends the wrong message. We don't need that tax money. So, my 2 cents.
Thank you, sir. Who's next? Somebody?
Hi, my name is Pam Nelber. I live at 1809 Little Meadow Road. I'm a registered nurse. I am the school nurse at Baldwin. I've seen lots of these children come through. There's a heroin problem in Guilford. I'm sure these children don't start with heroin. They start drinking or marijuana. I'll do anything I can as a child advocate for children not to start that destructive road. We have the power within this room to stop that. For us, I agree. Marijuana could help cancer patients, terminally ill patients, and I believe that they should get these prescriptions and this marijuana from their oncologists and other facilities. It doesn't have to be in Guilford. I don't support it, but there is a need for it, just not here.
Thank you, ma'am. Who's next?
Good evening. Bill Sennett, Woodland Road, Madison, Connecticut. I work for Lifelinks Corporation in Guilford and Boston Post Road. And I'm speaking for my boss, Wayne Jarvis, well, actually Joseph Jarvis. He won't be here tonight because he's sick. He's the executive director of Lifelinks. And he wrote a thing that I was told I was asked to read. Here goes. As a recovering addict and as someone very familiar with the substance abuse crisis in our state and nation, I firmly believe that a marijuana dispensary is not necessary in Guilford, but has potential to grow the misleading population believes that marijuana, because legal for medical purposes in some states, is a less harmful substance than other drugs, including alcohol. Make no mistake, pot is a gateway drug. Science has shown it can be easily harmful to young people and adolescents and cause serious biological neurological problems, including but not limited to depression, cognitivity, and problem-solving development, lack of interest in academic and career pursuits. These are my personal feelings about the policy of my employer. Branford now has a pot dispensary with a very short drive from here. The need for one in Guilford would be redundant and logically not necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Elizabeth Ott, 197 Village Pond Road. I have some information about other communities' reasons for banning, gathered from Ridgefield, Clinton, Newtown, Danbury, as well as nationally. Fatal car accidents involving marijuana have tripled in the United States, according to a Columbia University study, since medical marijuana was legalized widely. And in a study that just came, or a report that just came out today, the percentage of DUIs linked to marijuana use in Washington state has almost doubled since legalization, from 18.6 in 2012 to 33% in 2015. The same report indicated that a full 85% of drivers, 85%, involved in fatal accidents in Washington tested positive for recent marijuana use. Now I realize that these are places where marijuana is retail, not just medical. However, we need to be thinking about these things now. We need to be thinking about this as proactively as we possibly can. From a police perspective, it makes law enforcement more complicated. We need to think about the probability of retail marijuana becoming legalized, because that's the places where the first retail will end up getting sold, the dispensaries. In the event of an accident, police can determine from the driver's certification card that they can possess marijuana legally. But if there's marijuana in the car, there's no way for them to determine whether it's the legal amount. Because federal law does not allow medical marijuana, the insurance companies and the banks often will not do business with them or any related businesses, so there is generally a lot of cash lying around. Connecticut's approach has been to make access to marijuana available, but not for every town. Currently, there are 6 dispensary permits that were released. There are going to be 3 more permits released in 2016. Emphasizing New Haven and Fairfield counties. That's where they really want them to go. But that absolutely doesn't cover every single town, so they're not looking for it to be in Guilford necessarily. So we have an opportunity here to protect our youth, because there are particular risks for adolescents due to their developing brains. Marijuana because it's a genetically modified drug, is very different than what we saw in the 70s when we were growing up. It's between 4 and 40 times stronger. And actually, even the investors, and there are billions of dollars being pumped into making marijuana the next big tobacco, are starting to look at the correlation between psychosis and these higher THC-containing marijuanas. So that's, in addition to lowering IQ, affecting learning and memory, perception, judgment, all those sorts of things, because there are receptors all over the brains. That's why kids are at such a much higher risk, and that's something that we should be considering, regardless of the value of the drug as a medical treatment. Guilford has a rate of marijuana use that is considerably higher, as the kids brought up, than the national average. And so at the national efforts and looking at, we're taking part in SAM, we're taking part in CAP. Those are some of the national efforts. We actually have been to Congress down on Capitol Hill to talk with our representatives. We have a really good relationship with Sean Scanlon, and we're developing the same with Ted Kennedy. You know, we're making an effort. We're at the beginning stages, but we have an opportunity here that's much bigger because we have such a good community that we can work with, and a community that respects the input of the kids and that really cares about having a great place to live. So, you know, I think that this is just a tremendous opportunity for us to really work on the culture and to really be able to educate people about both sides of the issue, and to not have the billionaires who are sending out all the pro-marijuana messages get all the press. Thank you.
I have a question for you.
Yes, absolutely.
We talk a lot about dispensaries and the effect that it's going to have on the community directly with cash or criminal activity. Is the same effect going to be present with production facilities?
There is, and I don't actually have the articles with me about that, there is concern about the security at production facilities. Certainly, as soon as the Patch put out an article that someone who lives in Guilford had applied for a permit, kids picked up on that right away. Jane actually can speak to that, with all kinds of pro-marijuana messages. They were really excited about it. Kids will get the message that's being sent. They're paying attention. There's so much social media out there. They're listening. Even when they're rolling their eyes, they're listening. So whatever message we send, they will hear it.
Sir.
I'm David Malillo, 155 Miller Lane still. I just want to clarify a couple of points. Lisa talked about 3 times to 40 times stronger. If you grew up when I did, the marijuana that you smoked had 2 or 3% THC. That is drastically different today. That is much more of a serious drug than what people experienced in the 60s. There is now on sale in Branford at the dispensary wax. Wax is a derivative of marijuana that is 80 to 90% THC as opposed to the 3% THC that we talked about. The medical use of that is beyond my comprehension. That would something that potent would be needed. We're not talking about a painkiller here after a car accident. We're talking about something that either helps you with your digestive system, down to things that have nothing to do with THC that help with seizures. So there are the people behind medical marijuana have kind of, in my opinion, hidden behind the front of some seriously ill people. But it is part of a well-funded issue to get marijuana, a burgeoning marijuana industry to be growing. And they've basically taken some very people who are very unfortunate and suffering and brought them to state legislatures in each of the states to get them to look and say, gee, how can we say no to these people? There is a synthetic version of this that people can take that is available in pharmacies, as you had alluded. It is not made from the marijuana plant because it's a Category 1 drug and it couldn't be. But the people who want medical marijuana don't want to deal with the drug that you don't smoke and that isn't as intoxicating to deal, even though it's been proved as effective as things that come from the marijuana plant. That is not part of what this group is saying that they need to do. And if you read some of the research and literature, you will hear people talking about the fact that people want to see buds. They need to be able to feel it. There's canisters with open marijuana in these dispensaries, just like CVS does. It is a promising substance for helping some ailments. It is a push for an industry that has a lot of big money behind it. And while medical marijuana has merit, it has largely been manipulated as the nose of the camel in the head. So I just wanted to add those things. And thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'm next, I guess.
You're next.
All right. I'm David Ott. I'm 197 Village Pond Road here in Guilford. You've heard a lot about the Otts, I guess, tonight. I'm here because Day and Project Purple were kind of curious about the rest of the state, and most importantly, what our town was thinking about medical marijuana. So we put out a petition, we sent it out to the community, and as of just a few minutes ago, we have over 296 residents here in Guilford that represent a demographic of 4 generations in some cases, families with grandparents, great-grandparents. We're talking also about business owners in this community that have wholeheartedly signed this no marijuana zoning. Families that go back in their industry many generations as well. We have former police chief signing. We have parents all over this town that are completely shocked that the town is even making this a consideration. And so with that, everybody that's on this, that has signed this petition, are 100% against marijuana dispensaries in our town because they want to look out for their children, just like every parent in this country, after what they're seeing in Colorado, and the lawlessness in LA when they had marijuana dispensaries. Now that things became so out of hand that California, LA had to close down their medical marijuana dispensaries, and as a result, everything that's taking place there is illegal at this point, and they're still trying to get rid of the scourge. In any case, so we need to contain this liability right up front instead of having to chase it like a propane tank, which was another public issue in this town. So you have the ability, and you have a big job. After sitting in all these other meetings, I have a firm appreciation for what your decisions need to be. And in any case, so we're going to give you these petitions, and as a representation of administrators from the schools, teachers, everybody on the front line, including parents, have a lot to say here, and they're hoping that you make the right decision with this information. All eyes are on you, each one of you, to make this consideration and think hard about it before you vote, because we're really, really counting on you on this. So thank you so much.
So I just want to take a second and acknowledge that a lot of times it's hard to do public speaking, and until you get used to it, the words don't flow, and you're all doing great. And I want to compliment all of you because it's a challenge, and you're overcoming a challenge. Until you get used to it, no one wants to stand up here and no one wants to talk. After a couple of million hours of doing this, we're all used to it, and it doesn't hurt us anymore. So I want to compliment you. Well, yeah, we're not good at it yet, but as you can tell, and we make a lot of mistakes. But it's good that you're all talking, and it's good that you all have the courage to stand up, and I want to applaud that. That's great of you to do that. Who else wants to talk?
Mr. Chairman, this might be a moment to switch the tape.
Oh, is it tape time already? 10 minutes. All right, so why don't we take a real quick break? I'm going to thumb through this. Also,
we have just one more.
I think I'm going to be the closer for Project Guilford Day, so maybe I could do this in less than 10 minutes. We have one more young gentleman. Yes, sir.
Yeah, good day. Charles Slate, 889 Middlemeadow Road. I also with my friends today. I'm coming at this from the point of a college student where every so often, usually once every month or 2 months. And I love coming back here to relax and take all the stress of everything at college off my mind. And it's a little bit harder to do that if I can walk into the public library and try and grab a book and I walk by someone who reeks of marijuana, or walk into my friend's house and figure out, due to the ease of access now, his father has started smoking it, or any of that. I like coming back here and knowing that it is a safe and clean place, away from all of the stress in the world that I can think of. That's 2 cents.
Thank you, sir. Peter?
1 minute before we go again, you mentioned a production facility, and maybe that's less threatening or something, but my only thought on that is it's a slippery slope, and we don't even, this thing is so new. I don't know why we have to be at the cutting edge of marijuana manufacturing in Maryland. It's so early in this. We've got Colorado that legalized it. There's a lot of buzz around them reversing that. I think some common sense stuff is going to start to take shape in this country, I hope, over the next couple of years. I don't think we need to be in the cutting edge of becoming a manufacturer of marijuana or whatever.
So before you talk to that, just want to make clear, without our action at all, it can go anywhere in town. So us taking action is limiting it in some way, and how we're going to limit it is really what's at question. But without our taking any action, it can open up right next to anywhere there's a commercial zone. It could be a store.
Don't they have to get approval to open up in Guilford?
They have to get approval to open up, period. Right now, there aren't any permits available for either production or dispensary.
Right, no, but our...
In the next session, there might be some more.
But our zoning code doesn't prohibit it per se. And I think that really is the question. You know, if you want to open a liquor store, if you want to open a gas station, you would go through the same procedure of opening up a marijuana facility. So by us taking action, we're kind of limiting that. Go ahead, Tom.
We actually, in the regulations right now, we have our regulations written so we limit the number of liquor stores in Guilford. It's in our regulations now.
So what happens is, let's say, a thing that we definitely didn't want here, something that came into town that is legal, okay? An entertainment place that we all say we don't want that to be in Guilford. You guys, I mean, the government can put the kibosh on that from coming into town, period, correct?
No.
That's why we enacted your legislation. Let it where it goes, but you can't say it can't go anywhere.
Free speech, especially what you're talking about, is considered free speech, and that's much harder than taking your issue.
Correct that. Peter, you got 3 minutes.
I don't have
enough.
Not enough time. Let's change the tape.
Let's do the tape. Let's take a break. We will not discuss this. We're going to come right back. All right, we are back, and we have not conducted any conversation or anything else about the application in front of us, and we were just going to hear from Peter Palumbo about his input.
So I think I'm going to close for our group. And I know this evening we talked about a couple of different things. We all agree that there is a benefit to medical marijuana. We just don't want it in our community. We've heard from our youth, we've heard from the kids talk about what it means to them. And a couple of things I'd like to maybe go in a little more detail about is, so 6 years, three different times we were able to take surveys from our students. I think you know that. 7th through 12th grade kids. And then one of the really important words in this is perception. And, a couple of things, our youth's perception on marijuana, alcohol use, and smoking cigarettes. And the perception is smoking cigarettes is the worst. Alcohol is the next. And smoking marijuana is not one of the top ones for them. Again, back to how we educate, I think Bo said, how we educate, in my years growing up, we've always pounded in the fact that smoking cigarettes is going to give you cancer and you're going to die. I'm sorry, that's how I was always taught that's what it was.
It's fairly accurate, too.
Okay. So, it's not wrong. Right. So anyway, perception. Another thing is our youth perception in this is that one of the results from the surveys is that our youth doesn't feel valued in our community. And again, as we look around, and we might ask every one of the adults in this room about what's important in this community, we'll probably all agree on it's our youth. It's the youth in this community that's important to us, and the programs that we try to initiate all the time. One of the things I've loved about working with this group is listening to the innocence of our youth and what their ideas are in this group and how they feel about it. So last year we had Project Purple. I think that's on my shirt. Project Purple was a youth-run initiative, and it was huge. It was a lot of fun. The enthusiasm from our kids in this community was unbelievable. We were able to fill our old high school's gymnasium with, I think, 1,300 people. And that was a youth-run initiative. And Project Purple was, again, our kids' perception from these surveys and the results from these surveys were that they felt that they were the minority. They felt that the minority is the sober kids in our schools. And we talked about it. We have a heroin problem, we have marijuana, we have kids that drink alcohol, we have deaths, we have accidents, all related to that. But the important part for these kids, and I think that we don't have all of them here, but I think you can find that perception has turned around in our community and in our high school. They walk around now knowing that they're not the minority anymore, they're the majority. And that's a really great feeling, and that's something that these kids did on their own. And I'm going to just end with this, and if I could have the purple kids come on up for a quick second. So our kids in the community, to you guys, ladies and gentlemen, this is your call to action, and it's worth it. And I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I had heard before that the perception amongst kids is that they're not loved and valued. And just as a moment to take, you guys are everything to us. You belong to this community, you belong to us, and we want to take care of you, and we love you with all of our hearts. I'm a dad, and I love my kids, and if it came down to it, if I needed to give up my heart so they would live, I would do that. And that's how we feel about you. So you matter greatly to us. Prior to this meeting, I asked Town Council to review the law so that we would have legal input as to what we can and can't do. Chuck Andres is a very, very smart guy, and he has some information for us.
Chuck, do you mind, we're doing this in the public hearing just in case some member of the public is interested in.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, the chair did ask me to look at the question, is it legal to ban medical marijuana dispensaries or production facilities in Connecticut? And I think every time I come to you, I say legal questions are not always 100-0, they're always a 50-50, and I'm going to waffle once again. I can't give you a definite answer on that. There is authority both ways. It's interesting, there was one of the persons, I think it was Mr. Humes, testified that there's been a number of towns that have adopted bans. One was that he didn't mention was Harwington, and that was done this summer. They did adopt a ban, and they got legal opinions, and I don't think they were faced with the pressure of an applicant. And they got one from land use attorney Stephen Byrne, who said, I think you do not have the right to ban it. And they had another attorney there representing them who said, yes, you do.
You're going to say both.
and I'll give you a quick overview of what the arguments are, and then and what the authority is, and I'll stop because you don't want to hear too much. The basic argument that why you cannot ban it is that the state has adopted a medical marijuana law. It's a preemption document that the state, that you can't as a locality adopt any rules that irreconcilably conflict with the state law. The state law has adopted a policy that medical marijuana should be available to those with certain medical conditions. In order for it to be available, it has to be located in a dispensary from the state of Connecticut. In order to get a dispensary, it has to go through zoning. And in order for it to go through zoning, it has to be allowed. There is no principled reason to say one town can ban it and another town can't. So therefore, no town can ban it, and therefore, no town can ban it. That was essentially the argument made by the Massachusetts Attorney General when the Massachusetts Attorney General gave a law striking down, which you can do in Massachusetts, I guess. The Attorney General can strike down local laws if they found to be a conflict, and saying that you cannot ban, and Massachusetts can't ban their medical marijuana laws, and that was the attorney in Harwinton was sort of relying on that. The other side of the argument is, and I think, Mr. You mentioned there have been a couple of other out-of-state cases. California said, yes, you can. It's a matter, it's a locality thing. Nothing guarantees the right that you can do it or that you don't have to drive outside, but there's nothing that says a local town can't ban it. So that you can do it. That there's a number of cases, the California case, and there's a Washington case, I think the Supreme Court cases have said they could. And the argument in that case, it goes more or less like, yes, the state has said that this should be available, but it's also in the regulations said you have to go through zoning, so it's implicitly allowed zoning to regulate it. Another Supreme Court cases say regulation can include banning and some uses altogether, and that you can look at local circumstances. It's not something you do abstract. You can look at that there's a neighboring town that has authorized it. That's a factor. And so that therefore it's a facts and circumstances type of thing, and that it's up to the individual circumstances, and under the circumstances here you could do it. That was the argument sort of used by the Harwinton attorney, said that that town was authorized to ban it. And I think the major premise, the way I would challenge the can't ban argument is the premise that said if you allow it for if one town gets to ban it, then there's no principal reason for saying another town can ban it. And the way I would challenge that is to say there's nothing that says that every town has to allow every use. There was a case in a number of years ago in the 70s for the town of Weston, where the entire town was zoned residential. And somebody said, I want to put some commercial in. And there was one non-conforming commercial plaza. And they said, that's illegal. I have the right to do that. And the Supreme Court said, no. They actually sort of adopted a regional type of analysis. Weston's on the periphery of other areas. They can get their services elsewhere. It seems to me that would be the argument you make against the total ban, that you can look, that the state policy isn't that each individual town allow it. The state policy is that it be available throughout the state. And in the way it's done, I think it's by county, and they're trying to get one in each county so that as long as the need is satisfied, there's no mandate that each individual town does it. But like I say, it's contested. There are no cases on it that say yes or no. There are some arguments within the legislative history. One, when I took a look at it, someone said, let's allow towns, let's explicitly say that towns can regulate it through zoning, and they just didn't do it. So you can draw an inference, well, maybe they wanted to exclude or whatever, but it's not in there. It's just silent about that. So the bottom line is, I think it's up in the air. I think you are benefited that you don't have the pressure of an applicant. That I think someone mentioned 6 have been licensed so far, 6 dispensaries, 3 more are sort of in the process, and they were looking for Fairfield and New Haven County. So they are looking for someone else around there. I think it's something that if you feel strongly about, you can do either way, and I can defend it. So there you go.
Thanks, Chuck. Okay, Tom.
Back to using the argument about Washington State Supreme Court and California Supreme Court. Wouldn't their decision have to be based on their state statutes, which could differ from Connecticut's?
You're absolutely correct, Mr. Koss, that those cases are based on their specific statute and their you know, in their localities and in their constitution, everything else. You're absolutely right. However, the arguments raised in that case were very similar to the arguments. It was a preemption argument. It was a somewhat similar medical marijuana law, and some of the arguments against this was that they pointed out that, hey, look, it's not a one-size-fit-all. Some towns are different than the others. Some towns, in the California case, they said that some towns may not even have a lot of commercial area at all. So that, are we saying they have to do it? You know, and sort of using that type of, you know, that's the benefit of home rule, you can do all that. That would be the same sort of argument. That would be the pro argument, the pro-ban argument that would use Connecticut. So it's not identical, but it's analogous.
The Massachusetts scenario was that the procedural posture was just that the Massachusetts Attorney General struck that down using an opinion or some kind of order.
That's my understanding, correct, yes.
And it didn't go any farther. The town didn't fight it. The town didn't. So we don't really have a case per se. We ultimately have an interpretation from the Massachusetts Attorney.
Right. The Attorney General has that authority, so in some ways it's like a case, but no court has ruled on that.
Ray, you always have great input.
Well, I mean, obviously it can go either way. Okay, here's my suggestion that we close the public hearing. We send this proposed zoning amendment to a zoning committee or somewhere where it can be reworded to express what the intent of this is. There's a lot of material that we received tonight, which I'd like to go over, and also consider Chuck's information that he just gave us, and then I would suggest we take it up, deliberate, and vote on it at the next meeting, and have this in a form where if we decide to vote on it.
Yep.
The problem I have with this is it's too broad.
Right, and it can be interpreted many different ways.
Right, so I think, you know, it could almost be something to say medical marijuana dispensary facilities is defined under section 408, whatever, and medical marijuana production facilities, if we want to include those, is defined under something, section whatever, are prohibited in all zones in Guilford. I mean, that's the gist of it. I think it would have to be worded more properly, but I don't think we need all this other stuff on it. And then if the vote goes to implement it, then we have it. If the vote goes against it, then it goes against it. But at least we'll have it in a form where it's something that could be put in the code if we decide to vote for it.
So can we count on the zoning committee to get this through so that on our early January meeting, January the 4th?
It doesn't have to be the zoning committee. I mean, it could be staff working with Chuck just to get it in a form that is more, expresses the intent, okay?
I just don't, I mean, this is interesting. Whenever it comes to opinions on specific applications, I guess our roles are reversed. But whenever it comes to zone changes that produce restrictions, I guess it comes out this way. This is all set. I think that when it comes to, that's right, Reggie. Since we already reviewed this last time, or I don't know.
No, we didn't review it last time. I think that it would be a mistake for us to make a decision after receiving so much information, and also they put a lot of
part of the
hard work
information actually.
I would like to know. I'm looking at all the other
The
town
Clinton
regulations.
regs are.
I want to look at their Supreme Court case that they gave us from California. I want to read all these things and make a real decision. I don't want to just fly at my hip here and make a decision. I think that it's important.
So we're going to have to renotice this. Because we're going to redraft it and renotice it.
I think that we need to close the public hearing on what we have right now. And was this put in the newspaper, this notice, for this exact language?
But we didn't publish the whole text.
No. So then exactly. So if the text was published, we can close the public hearing and we can work on it like we've done in the past. And then we can have some deliberations where we can really have a good opinion.
I mean, you're talking about adding a new section here, maybe that's the wrong location, but medical marijuana dispensary production facilities, that's what was noticed, that's what was discussed, and that's what this regulation.
So what I'm suggesting is that he's right, we have 6 months to adjust the decision. We can come back
But I
with the
just would suggest we get this in a form where if there is agreement that this should be implemented, it's something that we could
To just say,
That's
okay,
something we could
we don't like it the way it is,
Yeah,
let's
so we
change
do
it now.
have, so our concern
Are you saying
is
that we
that,
should try this now?
No.
especially under B, prohibited use, actually the first sentence under B is the sort of one of the driving
Well,
factors
that,
for you,
plus
right?
the FDA, plus the production and sale of substances in violation of federal and state laws is a prohibited use. Well, there may be just, examples, fireworks. Display grade fireworks. You can manufacture them with a license, but you can't sell them to an average person here without a license. Same thing with dynamite, or same thing with certain chemicals. I just worry that we might have unintended consequences there. If the intent is to not allow medical marijuana dispensary facilities and production facilities is defined by the state statute, then let's say that, and say it's not, it's prohibited in any zone. I mean, it's something as simple as that.
I just want to chime in. I would like to, if at all possible, give them something tonight.
Thank you.
What do you want to give?
I am leaning.
Chuck, I guess one of the things that Ray has brought up that I don't know if it's a concern of mine, but it's certainly a confusion, is I couldn't find examples of references to federal agency rulemaking, essentially, inside zoning codes. They put this out here, I mean, except when it comes to this right now. I couldn't find an example of someone saying reviewed and approved by the federal FDA, right? Especially since these agencies have, a lot of the time they have successor agencies, and someday someone's going to break out the Food Administration and the Drug Administration so that they can do either of their jobs well at all. That's nothing. Forget it. That's editorializing. But
You shouldn't do that.
I shouldn't do that.
Commission.
But no, I mean, but like this is a reference specifically to the FDA that they want inside the code.
I don't think it should be there, that's what I mean.
What I understood from the first presenter was that he wasn't that concerned. He said he took it from another regulation, but that he wasn't wed to it, and that he was...
They're not wedded to that.
That the applicant was fine with modifications.
So we have the strongest ability of our town to write code sitting at this table right now. And it's not that they're asking for a huge, giant, complicated thing. Is this something we cannot write in 10 minutes?
I don't think so. I don't think you should wing it, and I also think there's a lot of information that was put into the record tonight that needs to be reviewed before we can make an informed decision, especially since the law is so unsettled here. And if somebody does challenge it, we want it to be upheld, whatever our decision is.
And not only that, there's no pending application before us. If we were to, why can't we do this the right way, and we can all have, I'm sure that we'll all come to some form of agreement. I mean, what was the point of all this information that they provided to us today? Was it for us to just put into the record, or was it for us to have a reasonable discussion about?
I don't...
Well, the public hearing is still open. I probably ought to close the public hearing. Go ahead, Tom.
If I understand correctly, we had a proposed regulation, is that correct?
Yes.
We already have a proposed regulation.
From
GYFS. You denied that previous proposal that you made.
when we sent it back.
We made collectively.
Okay.
You denied that application.
I'm talking about procedure here now. So if we close the public hearing tonight, we have 65 days.
Correct.
We did have a regulation, suggested regulation. It's gone back to a committee.
It may have gone back to committee, but it didn't get there yet.
So once we have done that within the 65 days, someone could bring that same thing back here. We could modify it to meet the exact language that they want and still get this done.
I didn't quite understand what you said.
Well,
the previous proposal that we wrote that restricted to certain zones and setback distances and all of that.
Yes.
That application was denied. You sent the issue back to the zoning committee, but before that happened, we got an application from the petitioners tonight to adopt this new amendment, which you heard tonight. So we have a new amendment. The original version is gone. It doesn't have any standing.
Okay.
We have this new amendment in front of us. As soon as you close the public hearing, you'll have 65 days within which you have to act.
Okay.
But you haven't closed the public hearing yet.
Right, actually, I do want to seek the advice of one more member of the public, and it's Brian, because Brian always has good counsel for us. Brian, what does EDC think about this?
Thanks a lot. For the record, Brian McGlone, Economic Development Coordinator in town, longtime resident, over 35 years. As everybody knows, my job is to try to advocate for business and bring new businesses into town. That's my role, and I do it often, and some people don't agree with some of the things that I try to do. However, in this case, I'm not advocating for this kind of business, whether it be a dispensary or production facility. And it's hard to separate the personal feelings coming into it, but I look at it and I'm being selfish up front. Little tax generation benefit to the town, which is one of the things we always look at. I'm not sure the total demand that's here in Guilford that can't be satisfied with the Branford facility is really not that far away. I'm not certain, but I thought I heard even Madison had approved one, so if we have one to the left and one to the right from our community, I think we can be adequately served. After all, on their way to Costco, they can stop and pick up their medical marijuana. So, with all that being said, I mean, personally, or from my role, I'd like to see us come up with a way to not encourage these facilities in town. I find them, again, little tax generation. The other thing that is striking me with all this, and maybe it's come out in different ways, in a lot of these meetings, we talk strongly about the character of Guilford, the character of the town, the character of the people. And this is one that I don't really want to be known for. There's other things we've been known for, or we'd like to be known for. And saying no to this would be one that I would not, be offended, and I think it fits more within the character of the town. If I could just give another quick, it's anecdotal to a degree. I happened to be out in Seattle over Thanksgiving, where they do have legalized marijuana. I have to probably admit my naivete, because I'm out in the community, a lot of little small neighborhoods and shops and restaurants and bars and so on. I was overwhelmed by the number of churches that they had. So I came home to my daughter and I says, Kate, there's probably more ethnic neighborhoods there than I realized, because there were so many churches and there must be just so many different faiths out here. And she looked at me and said, what are you talking about? I said, Kate, everywhere I went, I saw those buildings with the little green crosses over the doors. Okay, I'm showing my age from where I stand. And she says, Dad, you're really, you're losing it. Those happen to be the medical marijuana dispensaries.
Is that the sign?
There's a, no, they are out there. There's a green cross over the doors. Then I picked up, now granted, this is not the Observer, or the Courier or the Shoreline Times. It's probably more closely related to our Advocate that comes out that gives you theater, arts, restaurants, activities. But page after page after page, advertising for the shops, the discounts, the high quality, the this, the that, to come. And granted, this is recreational, not medical. But I just was like, man, in my town, I would hate to see these kinds of things hitting my town, our town. So again, I thought about our character. So I don't see a lot of economic benefit. I don't see a lot of job creation. We are a farming community, but I don't think we need production facilities of this type. I think it would be hard to possibly contain, monitor. We're just, in my opinion, asking for some trouble by having the facility. So I would humbly like to state I'm not an advocate and supporter of this type of project.
So we should write down today's date. This is December the 16th, and you and I are each other's nemesis. We battle, we fight. I don't think we've ever agreed on a subject. And
He advocated against one other thing since I've been here.
what's that?
Is the adult entertainment.
Yeah, the adult entertainment was a character
What's
thing.
the other one?
Rich, it's almost 10 after 10.
I know. Okay.
Ray,
Come on.
I'm just
You
saying,
only
we've got-
interrupt when we're talking to Brian.
No, I don't.
So anyway, Brian, thank you.
Move this on,
All right.
please.
So can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So, and again, to review, we're going to come back first meeting in January.
I think we should make the motion tonight.
Okay. Commissioner Corbier does have the power to make a motion, and we'll see if he gets a second.
The reality here is that this is clean, and any problems with a reference to the federal FDA don't change the scope.
Yeah. I would, just two things, just because I'm going to throw a wet blanket. I think you should wait.
Roll it.
Yeah, I think you should for two reasons. One is, there was one case I didn't refer to that was a Michigan case where the zoning regulation said uses that are contrary to federal laws, state law or local law are prohibited. And someone said, hey, I want to grow my own medicinal marijuana, which they could do there. And, but that was prohibited under that section of the zoning regulations, and the court said, yes, you were right, and they struck down it because they had that sentence in there. So I think that they said the local zoning regulation was wrong. So I mean, that's a reason why I think we should look at that. There's a case that...
So this first sentence might not really meet...
Right. I think you should probably take it out because it makes it look like something that was found to be illegal. So that's number one. Number two, I just think, where is this going to go in the regs? Where do you want to, it says add a new section, we should be included in Article 12 of the zoning regulations, but it doesn't say where. I think when you adopt a regulation, you should say, at section 2.7, add new section something and be specific where it is. So I mean, those are details, but get it right.
Now, this first sentence, though, it should go because the Michigan case said that sentence was inappropriate because it...
That's correct. It should go because it's not essential to what you want to do, and because one case that had a sentence similar to that found the regulation illegal, so get rid of it.
Right, but that case found the regulation illegal because it
was preempted by state law, which said that you have the right to have...
so a reference to federal law was preempted by
they actually, surprisingly, they said, they kind of ignored the federal law question, but it said they just looked at the state preemption law.
So was that county court?
No, it was the Supreme Court of Michigan. 495 Michigan 1. It was in 2014.
One of the things you could read into this is production and sale of substances in violation of state law. Well, it isn't. So if you take this, then we should be allowing it.
Right.
And so you really got to take a look at this.
There's nothing wrong with us confusing.
No, absolutely not.
That we're not going to approve it or we're going, it just is going to make sure we do it right.
But we should really, essentially, if we strike that, one of our main rationales, if we strike it, is gone. Because, assuming that we were to approve it, the rationale would be that federal law allows us to do this in spite of the fact that we are an instrument of the executive branch of Connecticut. That's how Clinton feels about it. That's how Derby, that's how the other Danbury feels about it. And then making a reference to federal law.
If you wanted in a resolution adopting to put as reasons, whereas, and whatever, we could dress it up that way and just adopt it as a text, and that would be a record, so we still get that in there. But I wouldn't put it in the text because I get it in there somehow, but I'm just...
Because if we approve it, it's our main reason. I mean,
But rationale isn't in the regulations. I mean, as it's written, right now, we couldn't approve it because it says production or sale of substances in violation of federal law or state law. Is it, well, it's not prohibited under state law, so we shouldn't be using that as rationale.
Well, but
to-
you've got an "or" there, so their rationale is
but-
obviously the federal side, not the
But that would
state
be
side.
put in the rationale for the
Right,
decision.
when when you amend your regulation, you're supposed to give the reasons for decision, so we can include that somehow in the reasons, in a resolution that we give you that's cleaned up and has all this, and that's what I'd recommend. I just think it's better.
I would get
And
it
put in
in-
a specific
Yeah,
section.
yeah, we
And I
can
would
still
get it in the
reference.
record during
Yeah, get in the record, it's
when we
included.
talk about it.
Right.
So then can I make a motion to table this?
I would make a motion to do a couple of things myself. I would suggest that we send this to staff to be reworded to express the intent, and that we deliberate on this at the next meeting and vote on it.
I'll second that.
Discussion?
Okay.
Wait, say it again.
That we send this regulation to staff to be reworded to express the intent, as we understand it. And number two, that we deliberate and vote on this at the next meeting.
So,
I have another question. The first sentence says the sale of substances. Do we need to define what's, in regulations, we define words? What constitutes a substance? It could be anything. So the federal code law,
Let me, if that all comes out, then there's no need to define it. Okay?
I think the way I would approach this in drafting is we're not, the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission is not regulating the sale of substance. What you're regulating is what you're doing is prohibiting two types of land uses, medical marijuana facilities, dispensary facilities, and medical
that's what I meant by being more specific.
Which are already defined by state law, whether they sell marijuana or not, that's not under your jurisdiction. What you're doing is prohibiting those two types of facilities.
Right. So
right now, that's the only way that you can.
We're prohibiting the use. I mean, basically what we're saying is those two facilities, we're going to prohibit the use of them in any zone.
Okay.
Now, I mean, that's what the word
That's
should
pretty
say.
much what it's going to say.
so why don't we just say that and vote on it? I don't understand why this has to be more
Because we need
complicated.
a section too. We need a section
Well,
number.
where would you put it? I mean, you need to take a look at
You want to
that.
have an opportunity to word it the way
I
that...
agree with Chuck, we should look at it.
Well, we have a motion, we have a second.
Now, when it
I'll call
comes
the
to,
question.
well, all right, point of order. Chuck, I'm trying to figure out, when it comes to marijuana, right, we have clear definitions. When it comes to THC, do we have any kind of differentiation from the state at all?
It makes no difference. We're talking about a facility, a dispensary facility and a production facility, which is probably defined in the code. That's what we're prohibiting, not THC, not how the concentration, not the pharmacology of it.
A marijuana production facility is what we're either prohibiting or not. And a marijuana sale,
Dispensary facility and a production facility. You could either do
and those are
both or
separate.
one or none of them. Those are your choices.
And there's,
Or the use of marijuana, we're not saying, we don't have any.
Right, we don't have any
we're not discussing use. And what we're doing,
Or sale of.
and so when it comes to, for instance, any other kind of production, like say THC, for instance, the state has not defined it, and we could not do any kind of differentiation.
We know that the state has defined medical marijuana production facilities, and that's, we would adopt their definition.
We would absolutely adopt their definition.
Cover that and covers.
The only way you can get it is if you have a, quote, dispensary facility, however that's defined, so we're going to prohibit the use. I mean, and the only way
And
you
those
can
are the
grow.
only two things we've
Yeah,
got.
that's how you do it. Right.
So
there it is.
So we have a motion. I'll call the question.
How are you calling a question? I'll call the question.
Okay, go.
Chairman Raybauer. All those in favor?
Very active tonight. Aye.
I tried to just move this along.
Any opposed? Abstentions? We'll see you the first meeting in January.
Thank you.
Well, I did, I voted to table it.
Did you see
I have my hand up. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, not David.
Thanks, everybody.
Oh, you gotta sit somewhere else. Gotta go out with a maddening crowd.
No, I'll be
We just have I got an envelope to help keep those together if you need it.
Oh, thank
Already
you.
over with Lisa?
Oh, yeah. They've already done it.
We got to do a little bit more.
Could you please move the conversation outside? We got more work to do.
Thank you.
I want to do the other stuff before we go to Washington.
Yes, I do. Let's get that out of the way because we're going to run out of time on that other stuff. Well, we want to get I agree with Tom, we need to get the other stuff out of the way, all the housekeeping stuff.
So,
Okay, so...
we need a motion to change the agenda?
Can I get a motion to change the agenda?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so let's go right down to applications to be received. I'm sorry. We took a vote to change the agenda so we could get to some of the bottom stuff and get that out of the way. We have a couple little housekeeping things. All clear? Okay, so special permits. Can I get a motion to receive the VFW 57 Mill Road and set a date of 1/20/16?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Can I get a motion again, VFW Coastal Area Management Site Plan, receive and set a date for 1/20?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Site plan, same thing, 1/20.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
See how quick we're going now? We have a mandatory referral from the Board of Selectmen, probably, to discontinue the A3 portion of Dunk Rock Road, which an A3 portion is located across lots 25, 22, and 23 on the assessors map. Lots 14, 11, 13, 10, 5A on map 69, and lot 17 on map 72. What do we know about this mandatory referral, George?
Did you all get a copy of this little mapping?
Yeah, where the pavement ends.
Yes, this is an unimproved town road that traverses property that's owned by the Land Trust and also by the state of Connecticut. It's a hiking trail area, the Westwood Trails. I believe the Land Trust approached the town desiring that this road be discontinued. The state of Connecticut has agreed that it should be, and the Board of Selectmen have acted accordingly, and they're recommending the town meeting that it be discontinued, and they've referred it to you for an 8-24 consideration. This would mean that we wouldn't be able to build a town road through this area, which we have no intention of wanting to do.
Well, we have no intention right now. Is this something we're never going to have an intention for?
That's what we're saying with this, yes.
Okay. Well, okay, so how do we do this? Do we make a motion? Wait, there's more?
Just a question. What's the benefit of the town doing this? Or what's the disadvantage of doing it?
The benefit to abandoning it is that no one would ever be able to build a road there. Which no one would ever be able or want to do anyway because it's the open space hiking trail area. So,
Well, is this something like if we said no, nothing's really going to happen different anyway?
if the Planning and Zoning Commission says no, then I think it requires unanimous approval by the Board of Selectmen or something like that. I'm not sure exactly.
There is with respect to town roads, there's a process where people can get a petition to improve a town road if they feel the town isn't doing it. And if you abandon it, so in theory, people can do a petition and say, town, you need to build this road.
That would be
because
insane
it's,
on this.
I think it would be absolutely insane, but if you abandon it or it's discontinued, then they wouldn't have the right to even make the petition.
There's no lots there, there's no developable land because
It's all owned by the state
land.
and/or.
Yeah, the Land Conservation Trust is on part, and then the state is on the rest.
Right.
So it's just not, it's
So
just
this
not.
land would revert to the adjoining property owner.
This has no cash value to the town. It's not like this is property that we could sell.
That's correct.
It's actually, it just limits the unlikely possibility of chaos. Or
Okay, so what do we do?
Do we have to read the letter in from Kevin?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, this is from the mandatory referral from Kevin McGee. The town of Guilford is looking to discontinue the A3 portion of Dunk Rock Road. This portion of the road traverses the northern section of the Westwoods, which contains land owned by the Guilford Land Conservation Trust and the state of Connecticut. The discontinuance of the road in keeping with the plan of conservation development with the protection of streams, wetlands, and large forested area that would be impacted if the road was ever upgraded. Pretty straightforward. And then one from...
Dennis Johnson.
No?
I think that's the only. Oh, is that the state?
That's the one.
Dennis wouldn't necessarily. I know. He's always having. That's it?
So what do we need, a motion here?
Motion to approve the mandatory referral.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? Congratulations, whoever is benefiting from this. One more thing before we do the minutes. We still have an open with BDR. Do we need to do anything with that?
They're gone.
Do we need to table it or?
Continue it to the 6th of January.
So can I get a
We
motion?
can't really, so this is the thing. If we continue it, then we're essentially continuing to a second public hearing date. Right. But in practice, we haven't had a public hearing.
Right. Did we officially open it?
Yes, we did.
You can continue it to the third public hearing in July.
I would suggest we do that to be consistent
Yep.
with the intent of the regulation.
All right, so let's get a motion to
But
continue it.
we can't actually withdraw our public hearing now that we've opened it. I don't know.
I think it'd be safer just to
Yeah.
open it on 6th and continue it again if we want to.
Move to continue.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Minutes. Everyone have an opportunity to read the minutes of 12:2? Anyone?
I just watched the video, which is awful.
I did not.
The video was nice. Well, I did both. I read the minutes, I watched the video.
Was there anything you didn't like?
I will make a motion to approve them.
Second.
With only the two of us having knowledge of it, is that cool?
We can still approve it.
All right, well, the part I saw was substantially correct. All those in favor of approval of minutes? Opposed, abstentions?
I abstain.
Good job. All right, so that brings us back to Ocean Co. Can I get what are we doing? We're deliberating this. So what do we need to do to deliberate this?
Now, the first two are the Lyman Beecher property at 485 Whitfield Street.
Right, and there's two parts of that, isn't there?
Now, staff, we're doing these together, right?
Well, we probably need a motion, right, before we can discuss it.
Yep. Okay, so...
I'll make a motion if someone else wants to make one. Okay. Voting that the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission approve a special permit and coastal area management application for Ocean Co. LLC for a model shop, an office, and a detached accessory structure at 485 Whitfield Street, map 29, lot 108, as shown on an application dated 6/10/15 and 8/4/2015, and as heard at a public hearings on November 4th and November 18th, 2015. This application is approved with the following conditions: that the applicant submit plans and documents to the town engineering department pursuant to the flood damage prevention ordinance as described in a memo to the commission from Mark Demaney dated November 18, 2015, prior to the use of the building as a model shop and office. 2, that any changes in the building design, including changes required by flood damage prevention ordinance, will require approval of a revised special permit and coastal area management application. This application is approved based on a finding that it conforms with the zoning code and that the proposed activity will have no adverse impact on the adjacent property. The application is also consistent with the coastal management policies of the state of Connecticut. The special permit is effective November 27th and upon filing with the town clerk.
Second.
Change the date. What do we got?
Should be December.
December 27th.
Resecond.
So, in the matter of discussion here, before we get started with the deliberations, I just want a second of your indulgence. There's a couple of things I want to say to the public directly, for obvious reasons. We're a body of rules and regulations. We don't allow emotions to flavor our decisions. We'll only consider the testimony and the facts presented in the public hearing and how they relate to the regulations when rendering a decision. Attorney Andrews addressed us at the start of the public hearing and reminded us to only consider testimony and not be predisposed in any way. Chuck's great counsel, and I can't say just how much we value his guidance. I can assure the public as well as the applicant, that at no time did members violate ethics rules, and at no time were we predisposed in any way in regards to this application. The Planning and Zoning team is a group of incredibly talented and dedicated individuals, and I have the utmost respect for all of them. I can only speak for myself, but I'm sure that the same is true for all of us, that we consider our responsibilities to be a high privilege, and we're honored to serve the town and the people of Guilford in our capacities. And finally, as members of the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission, we're granted broad and liberal discretion, and our actions are subject to review by the courts only to determine that it was reasonable and not arbitrary, and that we acted fairly with proper motives and valid reasons. And those are important things to remember in this deliberation. Now, if you want to discuss, let's go ahead.
Well, I mean, I personally think we have to look at the code as to, this fits under home handicraft. Whether or not we want to determine that the household is a family or a residence, you know, I think that that's pretty clear in the code that it does constitute a single family.
It's a housekeeping unit?
Yeah, well, however, that's the way our regulations are read, and this is a detached accessory building. It's obviously an office-type building, and, you know, I mean, I read into the record earlier what a home handicraft is, and this really fits right into what a home handicraft is, and we've approved many similar home handicraft businesses. We did not hear any testimony from a neighbor, and correct me if I'm wrong, from a neighbor that said that their shop is adversely affecting their experience in their neighborhood. So that's what I would be looking for. If we had a line of neighbors coming in here and saying, this, 485 Whitfield Street is a menace, they have trash everywhere, they're up all night and they're making so much loud noises and this and those sort of things, I would be inclined to vote against this for that reason. This is a special permit. But we didn't have that.
I would agree. I think to the extent we had factual-based testimony, I believe there was one lady who lived either behind it or next to it and indicated that they were very good about putting up blinds, making sure the lights weren't shining out. I think what we did hear a lot of, though, from the neighbors is fear, uncertainty, and doubt about what the intent is of the applicant and what the applicant's ultimate intention was for this whole area of town, and people were worried about that. However, we got to take the application based on the code as it exists and the representations that were made to us and the facts that came to us. If people are concerned about the possible uses in this area, then the proper way to deal with that is to change the zoning code to change uses which are permitted. But the code is what it is as of the date the application was filed. The facts, I think, support what they're asking to have done. I don't think this is the last hurdle for the applicant. They've got to go back and get the plans to the town engineer, and it's likely if there's some work that needs to be done to allow that group to give permission, that they're going to be back here again anyways with the building design, and at that point it may or may not be an impact to the neighborhood. But as it stands right now, they've still got a bunch of hurdles in front of them, even if we do grant this. So I think I would go along with Josh that in this case I'm going to vote yes.
What do you make of, now, we're judging things together here. What do you make of our camera rules that say you can't have a machine shop there?
It's not a machine shop.
Well, I disagree with you.
You mean it's not?
That's the representations that they've made and told us what they're doing. I don't think it's a machine shop.
Well,
but if it were a machine shop, that would change the analysis for you.
Yeah, potentially.
Okay, so the applicant has presented photographs of their facility, and in it, and this is from a public hearing, you presented these to us, are machine shop tools. There are sandblasters, bandsaws, drill presses, numerically controlled mill machines, and in the initial public hearing for this, they brought samples in, and I asked permission before I touched anything if I could look at the samples. And I went over to the box and I pulled out a piece of solid block of aluminum that had been milled to a specific size. Holes were drilled at precise intervals. They were drilled and tapped. These are all machine shop operations. Now, in the actual written application, he is applying, not the verbal part, the written one, the one that matters. He's applying for a shop to make medical devices. That's what it says.
Well, that's, the original application might be something that we might want to read, actually. It's in the file, right?
So anyway, I have these pictures, and you're welcome to look at them.
The issue of machine shops, keep in mind that their machine shops are prohibited in the CAM zone except when they're accessory to a otherwise permitted use.
In what section of the code is that?
291G, one of the dots. These are prohibited uses, and it reads, machine shops except as accessory to a permitted principal use.
Which in this case would be
the
living space residence.
Right. So if you find that as a dwelling, this is accessory to a dwelling. That's the analysis.
So we're back at whether they really are a housekeeping unit?
That's, if you find they're not a dwelling, then that would be a separate, then you can deny it because it's not a dwelling, and you can also deny it because it's a machine shop, because it's not accessory to a permitted use, or whatever.
So we're back at the original problem, and sometimes it's a moving target. What is a dwelling unit? In this case, it is, by their own admission, a corporate housing facility that people move in and out of in as little as a couple of weeks, they say. And so, I have a hard time making the connection in light of allowing a machine shop in a marine area for people that are moving in and out every couple of weeks, that being the contingency of being a residential.
George, can we just review the application? What did the applicant actually originally apply for?
This is the application for the special permit. They checked the box that said other under type of use, and it says office and detached garage, workshop for models for MED research. And then it goes on to say there's another place where it asks for a statement of proposed use. And it says science research in office space, comma, detached from main building, dash, workshop for medical research models.
So does it say play space anywhere?
Pardon?
Does it say play space anywhere?
Doesn't say play.
Does it say recreational use for people staying in the house?
What I just read, yes. There are two categories. It's a little bit confusing the way the zoning code is written. There are two categories of use that can occur in improved space, which is detached from the main building. Home handicraft industry is one type of use that's allowed in a detached building, subject to special permit. And then we also have another category, which is, I believe, what they were applying for, since they didn't really use the term home handicraft industry, although it may amount to the same thing. And that is section 27336, where we talk about the use of accessory structures in residential zones. And it says they may be used for permanent year-round purposes and for human habitation only when so authorized by special permit granted by the commission in accordance with these regulations. So any use of a detached building for permanent year-round purposes and for human habitation is allowed, subject to a special permit. Then the regulation goes on to talk about what things might fall into that category, and it says such uses may include studios, offices, guest accommodations, and supplementary living areas, and will typically include heating and toilet facilities. I believe that what they're proposing to do falls probably within that broad category of things. And the most important thing as far as our regulation is concerned, what triggers the special permit requirement, is that the space is intended for year-round use, meaning that it's heated, ventilated, and as this regulation says, may include toilet facilities, although in this particular case, they're not proposing any toilet facilities. So it's pretty broad in terms of what can be done in that accessory building subject to special permit. Excuse me.
And the application also states two regulations, 273-36A, which is what George just read to you, and 273-38B, 4,
Home handicraft industry.
which is the home handicraft.
So, I think it's pretty clear, in my opinion, that the use of the space falls within that category. The issue before the Planning and Zoning Commission then is, does the use of that space have an adverse impact that would cause you to deny the special permit? Although there's a related question, that kind of relates to this first point, which is, this is designed for the use of the resident of the dwelling. In this case, you have an unusual type of resident in the dwelling, in that you actually have a collection, if you will, of people who reside there on a relatively short-term basis. It probably wasn't what the Planning and Zoning Commission originally envisioned when you wrote this regulation, whenever it was, quite a few years ago. You were probably envisioning that a typical homeowner, whoever that might be, if they wanted to have their office or their studio or their workshop or their play space or whatever it was in a detached building, and they wanted to winterize it and make it habitable, they needed to have a special permit in order to do that. And you didn't really care too much what they did in that space. You can't sell things out of it. You can't have a retail store. You can't manufacture things for sale. You can't have an accessory apartment, which means you also have a kitchen, although that's subject to another type of permit. You could have a guest cottage, as it specifically says, or you could have your daughter or son live out in the cottage or whatever. Those are all subject to this special permit provision. So it doesn't really matter too much what happens in the accessory building, as long as whatever it is not having an adverse impact on the neighbors or the adjoining property. What's sort of unique about this case is that you have an unusual family living in the dwelling, or which we've talked about quite a bit, and it does appear that combination of people who do live there meet our definition of a dwelling.
Well, while it meets the definition, does it meet the intention?
That's kind of the question for you.
I guess I've got like 3 questions that are related for you. That application says medical modeling, right?
I have it right here.
It says workshop for models for medical research. And then
On
also
the next page.
science research in office space.
And it says workshop for medical research models.
So again, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter that whether it's a commercial
But
use.
George, I asked the applicant whether or not they were doing medical modeling, and they said absolutely not. This is a play space for our employees to relax. There was a sort of Big Bang Theory kind of concept to the description, and the application, almost all of the individual points in the application were actually directly contradicted during the testimony, not during the testimony, during the presentation, because the presentation was for a play space for the people who work there because they work hard and they are the best of the best and they need a space to be able to do other activities that they want to do, and this will help us to bring in the best and the brightest employees, and so we provide this play space as well as 6 single beds in a house for these individuals in order to provide benefits to them. the application, most of the statements on the application, and it's not really an honesty thing, it's more of a question of, the decision making. That application was not revised in any way. And the presentation that was given contradicted the application on almost every single point. So the question that I've got here is whether or not the application meets our regs. We use conditions, right? As a Planning and Zoning Commission, we impose conditions under certain situations in order to improve an application or, adjust problems we might see with an application. Can we really approve an application where the applicant has told us that they are not doing any of the things, that they're not going to do any of the things that they've applied for?
You have an addendum to your CAM application.
So that addendum to the CAM application would cover...
Talks about what they are doing in the garage.
And it says they actually won't do medical modeling and they won't run a machine shop.
The main house at 485 Whitfield Street utilizes free housing for visiting scientists to 530 Whitfield Street. The detached garage will be used as a combined model shop office for visiting scientists staying at the main house to facilitate prototyping what-if ideas for research at their leisure. The world-renowned scientists could arrive from anywhere at all and in deference to their time zones and in hopes of capturing inspiration when it strikes. No restrictions are placed on the hours of operation in the garage. The garage will be outfitted with many basic hand tools, typical of any garage, in addition to a mill, a large sander, a small drill press, a bandsaw, and air compressors installed to run the mill and the sander. And then it goes on to say the garage was previously repaired and the wooden floor was replaced with an impervious concrete floor.
Looks like that, except all my...
Walls were covered with non-porous FRP and new windows were installed. In short, the garage now looks like a typical garage. These upgrades prevent any spills or small items from exiting the garage and entering the nearby water. Additionally, both the mill and the sander are self-contained, with all debris and particles collected for easy removal. Further, a wall-mounted shop vac with a HEPA filter and long hose is used to clean up after every use of other power tools. Recognizing that the site is prone to flooding, no chemicals are stored on site beyond a few small items typical of any garage, WD-40, etc. Neither fuel nor gas-powered vehicles are stored on site. Were this garage used for vehicle storage, it would inevitably contain volumes of motor oil and be subject to leaks typical of vehicles. Additionally, the desired use precludes storing items such as paint cans, lawnmowers, or snow blowers within the garage. Given the risk of flood, the impact and risk to the environment is significantly higher as a garage than as an office. So they do say that these are for what-if ideas.
That seems to run in support of, this is an office that supports their regular work that they do across the street. We've got this sort of circular logic where each step in front of us has a justification, but then when we follow it all the way around the circle, we fail, because ultimately what we're doing here is we're placing an office across the street from their main office where they can also do work, except it's in a residential zone. And these gentlemen, whether or not, it's been presented that they are a family unit, whether or not they've learned each other's names or sleep in shifts. It's been represented that they're a family unit and that they're even a housekeeping unit. But these guys are actually receiving a benefit from this company that employs them across the street, because it's allowing them to not rent. And ultimately, if they were Americans, they'd have to claim it on their taxes. And
in regards to
Americans
the...
will. Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry, you just made a statement that they store motor oil in WD-40, but they have a Just Right hazardous chemical storage unit in their picture, and I know I saw it when they were presenting their PowerPoint display. I questioned them about that. And that's kind of relevant too. These are machine shop tools. They do have a hazardous material storage.
Rich, when you did question them, they told you that what was in there was WD-40, maybe some form of paint removal type, and I don't even remember if that's anything.
For the machines, yeah.
They didn't say, you're right that what the picture has a container for hazardous material, but the testimony that we received is that there isn't any hazardous material in there that you wouldn't find in any other garage.
But we also received testimony that there will be no medical modeling.
And that, that's in the application, and I don't necessarily know what that means. The only thing that I can speak to is that taking the application on its face and taking the testimony that we received, I think it fits under the home handicraft industry, and maybe reading the text will, an occupation or art requiring skillful use of the hands in the production of articles such as pottery, furniture repair, weaving, cooking, etc., which articles are not mass-produced, carried on in a dwelling occupied by a person or persons directly involved in the production and/or sale of such work, and the production of which does not adversely affect the character of the neighborhood, create undue traffic, or constitute a normal retail operation. Now, we had the same problem before us, just not 2 weeks before, maybe 2 terms before they came in, and it was for Casey's Pub. And they wanted to come in and they wanted to open up they wanted to have a special permit for basically a home handicraft in their garage that's situated as a commercial kitchen. We received ample testimony from all the neighbors. The smell, the runoff, the loud noises, we received so much testimony. I voted for it, but the commission overall voted against it. I think that the application on its face and the testimony we received fit in the home handicraft industry.
Those
and we
people
haven't
also
received
lived
adverse.
there.
What was that? Yes, yeah, you're right. So then that gets to the dwelling issue. If we determine that this isn't a dwelling and this isn't a residence, I think that answers our question. Then we'd have to say no.
Wait, can you go
ahead? Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
In the paragraph that you just said, did you say something about directly involved in the selling of?
Yes. Which articles are not mass-produced, carried on in a dwelling, occupied by a person, or persons directly involved in the production and/or sale of such work? Yes. And they gave us testimony that this is all just
in the production.
That this isn't part of the production of their work. If by happenstance this magical discovery happens, I'm sure that they certainly will capitalize on that. They're not going to say, oh, we can't now use this because there's a home handicraft industry. But their intention, from what the testimony we received, their intention is that this stuff is not going to be mass-produced, this stuff is not going to be sold. That's what their intention is.
But then...
So, I guess the question really is, Chuck, can you give us one more time what the meaning of a dwelling is?
It's in your definitions.
Or for the first time.
Or for the first time, or... I'm sorry, Chuck, I didn't mean to say it, you gave us so many, you've explained to us numerous times.
A building designed as a residence for occupancy by one or more families, excuse me, it goes on to the next page. You have it in front of you, Chuck. I lost the second page there.
That's it.
Oh, that's it?
That's it.
That's it. And then we have to talk about what a family is. And that's sort of where it gets a little hairy, and that's why
The two terms were family. The terms were residence and families. In family, you have a definition that includes a number of persons living and cooking together as a single housekeeping unit, though not related by blood, adoption, or marriage. You have a broad definition of family. The other thing was a building design as a residence, and you got into the issue of what is a residence, and how long do you have to stay there for it to be a residence?
Is it a residence if the company's providing it to you?
It's where you're living. And I brought up the case law.
What is a dormitory? What is a boarding house?
There's, are those defined? A boarding house?
Or, corporate housing, I don't know.
We have a regulation
residence hall.
So where you hang your hat? There's a rooms to let section of the regulations.
Yes.
There is somewhere, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're defined and they're not being let. I mean, they're not,
Well,
it's not just rooms, it's the whole house that's being.
But if it's a benefit of them.
I can tell you what a room to let is. Rooms to let, the letting of rooms in a dwelling in which lodging facilities are supplied for hire over an extended period of time, which facilities do not include the provisions of cooking facilities for such rooms, but may include table, board, or sharing of cooking facilities of a dwelling. So I think the two issues we run into here are supplied for hire, which these individuals are not paying for, even though we might be able to construe it. I don't think that they're paying for this. And the other issue is that where they do not include a provision of cooking facilities. But they do include the board
with their labor?
Well, I don't think that we can, we didn't receive testimony regarding that, and I don't know.
Well, we did receive testimony about the situation, which is that they work across the street and they get to stay there for free.
You know, it would have been interesting to know how they decide who stays in these, in the building, but I don't necessarily know that even matters. I mean, I think that we have to deal with the regulations we have before us as they read. We can try to fit, you know, different scenarios into different situations, but you know,
but how do they read?
Family,
Well, we clearly said it in that one that you referred to, that other case with the kitchen. And we said if it was a commercial kitchen in somebody's garage and they were just playing around, then we wouldn't have a problem with it. I think everybody on here said they wouldn't have a problem with it.
If the owner of the property decided to put a commercial kitchen into their garage and play around with it, no one would have a problem with it.
Well, unless it doesn't adversely affect the neighbors. And that's
Right,
what
and we had numerous...
But I haven't even gotten to adverse effects yet. I'm just sort of still at this threshold.
Then the other big thing was, it was used for a commercial application. They made testimony that they were using it to handle the overflow of a restaurant, of maybe of catering. It wasn't just somebody going in there to cook because they loved it. Yes, they might have loved it, but they were going to do it for a commercial application. That's where I think the hangup was.
But that's where it also is really just analogous here, because we've got guys doing work in this garage according to the application, and I mean, according to a lot of what the applicant produced for us, they're doing work in this garage. They're producing models for medical...
There's nothing in the zoning regulations that prohibits that.
Right, but this work is in support of their actual business.
That's okay, I don't think there's nothing to prohibit that.
I mean, the business that they're employees of.
If you're a dentist, and you have a dentist's office, you know, up on the Boston Post Road, you could have a supplementary office in your accessory building, subject to special permit.
Correct.
Doesn't want to say that you can't have your business or your office for the business in the accessory.
That's right. And I'm a dentist who actually owns that home.
You don't have to own it either. You have to live there.
You have to live there.
You don't have to own it.
What if the applicant that wanted to make cookies and they were allowed to have 2 employees by right, but more than 2 employees, they had to get a
That's
permit?
the home handicraft industry definition. It says you're allowed to have 2 non-resident employees if you consider making cookies to be a home handicraft.
Which I think that, we kind of fell on that.
I think you said basically no, it wasn't?
Oh,
I can't remember exactly how it came out.
Whatever it is. I mean, Walter, you're talking about a threshold, you're not even at the threshold question. So what is...
I'm not even at the effects on the neighborhood
Or a business or not,
the
it
next
doesn't
thing.
matter. If it's a home handicraft industry that's a hobby, or it's an office or studio for your business purposes, it doesn't or it's an office for hanging out in, it doesn't really matter as far as the zoning code is concerned. It may matter in terms of the impact, and then you can make a case. If you can make a case that the impact is adverse, then you can deny the special permit. But you can't deny it strictly based on the fact that it's a business office or a business studio or what.
Even though it's in support of the business across the street.
It doesn't matter where the business is. If you, or where you work. If you live there, you can have, subject to special permit, an office, and you can do whatever you want in the office.
And the fact that the company is keeping them there, all of staff agrees that that does not sink the definition of family for us.
Definitely doesn't sink the definition of family. The unusual thing about this is again, goes kind of to the intent of the regulation. Clearly, the regulation was written with the idea of a typical homeowner, a typical person, single person, family, whatever, living in the dwelling and having their office, studio, or whatever it is in the accessory building. It didn't contemplate the possibility that the family living in the house was not going to be a traditional understanding of family. It's going to be 4 or 5 unrelated people lodging there, and that they're the ones that are going to be using the home office. So that's what's unusual about this particular case. The nature of the family is probably not what was originally envisioned when we wrote the regulations for home handicraft business or home handicraft industry. Well, George, the question really goes to the fact that it is different, that you have these 4 or 5, 6 people who are unrelated living there. Does their conduct in the accessory building in some way produce an adverse impact?
George, what did we mean by, or a number of persons living and cooking together as a single housekeeping unit, though not related by blood, adoption, or marriage? So I'm saying, you're trying to say that that's not our intent, that wasn't our intent.
That was our intent.
Okay.
What we didn't really envision, I don't think, when we wrote the home handicraft business studio office provision of the regulation.
Right. Yes,
we didn't envision that.
We didn't envision it, but unfortunately, I think that wording describes exactly what's happening.
I think the unrelated people issue, if I'm not mistaken, Chuck can correct me here, that language is really mandated by the state because towns wanted to prohibit group homes in residential zones, and you had 4 or 5 people, unrelated people living in a group home, or maybe there was even some support from some kind of staff person there, and towns were tending to prohibit those, saying they're not single-family dwellings. And I think the state kind of mandated some kind of definition that said a family doesn't have to be people related by blood. It has to be people living together as a single housekeeping unit. What that means in our understanding is that there's one kitchen. Doesn't necessarily mean that they all get together and cook their meals together.
But that's a housing rights question, and here we have a bunch of employees living together.
That's our zoning understanding. But what's weird, or what's different about this particular situation is that you have that unusual family structure that wants to have a home handicraft industry and or studio office workshop. And does that somehow create something that gives cause to denying the special permit? In my opinion, that's the issue.
Like it or not, a fair reading of that definition includes what's happening there.
That's the judgment and interpretation you all have to make. And whether or not it's having an adverse impact.
Well, that's another question.
Or potentially going to have an adverse impact.
But you don't get to that if we don't meet the definition of this.
Okay, so let's say we get to that definition. Would an adverse impact be that this residential home that was intended for a nuclear family and is in the marina area and now has up to, I think they said 5 scientists, doing production work, or not doing research work or medical modeling or whatever that is, and then going back and forth to the buildings across the street, would that change the character of that area in any way?
Rich, I think that you can certainly say that would change the area, but I think that that's not the testimony we received. Walter, you could tell me about the testimony that we received that said
we received a little bit of testimony about how it's a nuisance. We did.
Well, like what?
Yeah. Which person? Because anytime that there was nuisance, there was only one person.
No, you talked about Nancy talking about nuisance.
Yeah, exactly.
Not about how there's no nuisance to her.
Yeah, to her personally. I know that there was nuisance discussed on the other application, but I don't necessarily recall any nuisance being discussed on this application.
I mean, it's not so much, I think, going across the street to work. The issue is, if we allow this use in the garage, is there more traffic back and forth? Are there odors? Is there light at all hours? Is there noise from banging?
Well, they said that it's going to be at all hours, depending on the time zone that they're coming.
That's true, but we heard that there was a complaint about the light, and they immediately remedied that problem. So there wasn't any, at the end of the day, there was no factual testimony that talked about an adverse impact on the neighborhood. Now, I will agree the other application's different, but this, the only testimony I recall hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there was an issue with the light that got corrected very rapidly.
And in fact, Attorney Burdon, at the very end, I think he was pretty pleased to have the last statement where he said, no one spoke about adverse impact. The only person that spoke about adverse impact said that, well, I had this problem, but they corrected it and they're great neighbors. So,
yeah, that was mostly true.
Yeah.
But there were a set of neighbors that were concerned that it was producing nuisances.
There certainly were a bunch of neighbors that were concerned about it, but I don't think that anyone said that they're worried about the traffic in the area and that they're worried about, or that there is currently.
I think they were more talking about the speculation and the, I don't know what's going on there.
Or it's a machine shop or is it?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's what the majority of the conversation focused around whether this is a family unit or whether this is a machine shop.
Or whether it's
and so
for
if we jump to the
business
conclusions,
for medical modeling.
Yeah, or if it's for medical modeling.
But what I'm hearing, George, and correct me again if I'm wrong, is that if we determine that this is a residential use under the terms there, even if it is a machine shop, it's permitted.
Well, it's not prohibited.
Prohibited, as long as there's no impact on the neighborhood. Right.
The fact that machine shops, when they're a single use, are prohibited in the coastal zone is presumably based on the fact that machine shops, whatever goes on in a machine shop, will have an adverse impact on coastal resources. So the fact that if this is a machine shop, in part, even though it's accessory, it's not prohibited, but it may still have some impact that you want to prohibit.
That's right, if the facts support that.
If you had testimony to that effect in particular, especially in this case, because the building is actually located, right at the water's edge. So, if there's something that happens in a machine shop that could, in this particular machine shop, that could adversely affect the coastal waters, then that could be.
There was testimony to that. People did say that they're very concerned about what could happen if this area did get flooded, and we had testimony that said that this area does get flooded on a regular basis. But we had responsive testimony, so we could weight that. We had people say that they're concerned about what's going to happen if it floods, and what's going to happen to the coastal area resources. And the response that we heard was that, listen, this is no worse than having a regular garage in here with a car and oil stuff sitting around. So we can weigh that however we want to weigh that. If we think that it is worse, then that's an adverse impact on the community. I think that, but if we don't think it's worse, then that's, not an adverse.
Well, that would probably come under our broad discretion to determine that in our own opinion.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that was addressed by what Mark Damiani wrote in his memo, which was a couple of pages long.
Yeah.
What they had to do to flood-proof it.
Yep. Well, that's a whole other problem.
Well, yeah, we're not at the. Well, I mean, we can come to the floodproofing question now. We're probably there now. Yeah.
I think the analysis that we presented on that subject is that what flood improvements and flood protection requirements there are going to be, or there may be, is not subject to the Planning and Zoning Commission's jurisdiction. That's subject to the Engineering Department pursuant to the Flood Damage Prevention Ordinance. And if this application is approved, then before they, especially the way we wrote the proposed motion, before they can use the building, and before they can make any further improvements to it, if there are any desired, they have to pursue that issue. They have to obtain a permit under that regulation, and the enforcement of it, administration of it, will be subject to the engineering department of the town under the jurisdiction of the Board of Selectmen, who adopted the flood damage prevention ordinance. And there could very well be some major, we heard testimony that there could be some major things that they might have to do that would potentially change the whole nature of this application.
Right.
In which case, they'd have to come back to the
back
Planning
here
and Zoning Commission.
and
Or abandon the project.
Right. And hypothetically, if the thing has to be elevated 16 feet or 20 feet because of where they're located, that could be a big impact.
Absolutely.
But in
on the area.
practice, when we receive applications that are not after the fact, when someone, say, comes to us first before they start building, we would not approve this kind of design without also checking that it met the specifications, as we saw multiple times tonight, that it's not actually just a building department question. It's really a question for us to approve whether or not we actually would approve something like this, especially by special permit. We would want to see that it complies with our coastal resilience plan and our plan of conservation and development.
Let me just add one sort of addendum to what George said. This is a distinction without a difference. You do have a floodplain district in your regulations that makes reference, that this is in, it talks about floodplain stuff, but the requirement says that within the floodplain district, no building or other structure shall be constructed, moved unless a flood hazard area permit is obtained from the town engineer in accordance with the flood damage prevention ordinance. So,
right.
I mean, you could say, well, sure, we have jurisdiction, but this just says they got to get you can't do anything unless they get
But they don't have it.
Separate ordinance. So.
But if they were coming to us asking for approval, like applicants often do up front, they would have come with that in hand.
No.
Well, is there a requirement they have to get that first before they come here?
The application you had tonight for the two-family house, the house was designed, I'm sure, with the flood damage prevention ordinance in mind as to what the applicant thought that the requirements would be. If no flood damage prevention ordinance permit was obtained,
but what I mean,
that wouldn't be obtained until, in fact, it would, as in this case, I think logic is suggested, get the use approved first so that you know you actually have the use, and then do the flood damage prevention ordinance. Now, normally, if you knew what the flood damage prevention ordinance required, you would include that design in your project, just like we heard tonight. But that project, the two-family house I'm talking about, does not have the flood damage prevention ordinance or permit yet.
Right.
They wouldn't get that. They usually get that at the same time they apply for the building permit. In this case, as you mentioned, the sequence was not typical, nor was it appropriate, because the work was actually done and the occupancy was of the space was occurred before the special permit was even applied for.
But in practice, if they had come in the proper order, they would have come with a building that actually met those kinds of specs. Otherwise, they would not have been, I mean, I don't think that we would have approved the kinds of
No, I think we would,
refurbs.
presumably they think,
right.
They must think that what they built and what they proposed will comply or will be approvable, I would think.
Even though it's in a V12.
Again, that's not my area of expertise, whether this does or does not meet those requirements. We certainly heard some testimony that it doesn't, but that's really not our call in terms of planning.
And then what happens if it doesn't?
If it does, then they'll have to come back, they'll have to either say, okay, we're not going to do this project, or they'll have to come back to us with a revised design.
So our approval of this use would have nothing to do with the approval of the building as a whole as it stands right now?
It would have a great deal to do with it because it would be required.
I didn't understand the question.
Our approval of the use would have nothing to do with the approval of the building as a whole.
No, you're approving this use based on the building plan that they presented, which they presumably think will comply with the flood damage.
So if it doesn't comply, our approval of use doesn't affect the validness of the application regarding the flood. Okay.
No. I mean, there's nothing in the regulations that requires them to get that approval before they come here. So what's going to happen is if we approve this, they're going to make an application and either is in compliance or it isn't. If it isn't in compliance, they're going to have to either design something that is or drop the project, and if they design something that is, it's very likely that it's going to have to come back here for a revision to the special permit and the CAM application.
Correct.
And depending on what we get, if it's, like I said, 16 feet off the ground where it starts, and it's sticks out in the neighborhood and it causes issues with drainage, or there's something about it that affects the other areas, that's a factor we can consider at that point in time.
And what requirement are they to go and get any
they get that far.
What requirement are they to go and get any further permits?
The flood damage prevention ordinance, which is the law of the town, will require that.
And
we're being redundant in our proposed motion, which also makes it a condition of approval. They do exactly what Mark recommended in his.
And who enforces that? So let's say that they don't do it for 2 years.
We enforce the special permit. Reggie, but the zoning department does. If they continue to occupy the building without doing that, then they'll be subject to cease and desist, because we're requiring, and that will be filed in the land records if they accept the special permit. That will be filed in the land records with that condition of approval. So it'll be the zoning authority that enforces that condition. The building department, engineering department will probably enforce it also, because the building will be occupied without the necessary flood damage prevention permits. So there'll be sort of a double.
So nuisance is really up in the air for me, but I guess the three main problems that I have here when it comes to this application are that the application is in many ways for the opposite of what was described. That the nuisance may or may not be a factor. That these rotating employees being boarded in a residential house really are not a housekeeping unit, even by our definition. And finally, that probably most persuasively, that the coastal resilience plan works directly against developing heavy machinery that ends up over the water at high tide.
By coastal resilience plan, you mean the coastal area management regulation of the town, which is the machine shop prohibition? Is that what you mean?
What is heavy machinery?
No,
bulldozers, backhoes, excavators?
Right.
You mean the coastal, the one that we've been talking about, right?
Our most recent coastal resilience
2015.
In terms of CAM,
yeah, the plan.
In terms of CAM, I'm not really sure.
The CAM is the reference that was made to machine shops being prohibited within the CAM area, except when they're accessory. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, that's why, so the fact that accessory use, I think that perhaps the accessory use fails because these rotating employees that are being boarded for varying amounts of time don't actually amount to a housekeeping unit. Because they are, I mean, especially because they're receiving a benefit from work.
These are your opinions, right?
Right.
Well, he's trying to he's persuasive.
Until the commission, I mean, the commission will vote based on, a set of judgments about this. But when it comes to this, I mean, there's a certain amount that is just in the regs and a certain amount that's not.
So Walter, can you just help me with the family?
Ray was just expressing his opinion.
And this not being a family?
I didn't say he wasn't.
We're making my arguments, we're all making our arguments to try to convince each other as to what we think is appropriate. Everybody's going to weigh them and make their own decisions.
Well, for me, this gets back to the intent of the original law that described the family. I don't know that a corporate housing facility figures into that intent. Now, you could say that because recent regulation was changed by the state to allow for group homes, now that's a family. But if this predated that, whoever framed this...
Yeah, I have no... The language, Rich, that holds me up is, or a number of persons living and cooking together as a single housekeeping unit, though not related by blood, adoption, or marriage. That's in our regs, and I can't imagine the intent would be anything other than what it says there. And what I do agree with is I agree with George saying that the fact that the intent was never to bootstrap this portion of this to the home handicraft industry use. That's what, I agree that that was not the intent of this. But unfortunately, the meaning of family, I think the intent of this was exactly how they're using it.
How they're using it.
I don't know. It's not getting there for me. Yeah, I understand you're there.
Yeah, no, sure.
I mean, I'm just...
But you feel that the application, that the statements in the application were supported by the statements that were made in the presentations?
Well, the CAM application certainly was.
I mean,
Walter, and I mean, I think that there was a lot of information that we received, and there was a lot of stuff that was said. And you're right, that they said that this is not going to be a modeling shop. But
it's not going to be for medical
modeling, whatever it is that they said.
It's not going to be a machine shop.
But, I mean, why, well, I don't think anyone ever said that. They specifically said numerous times that this is not a machine shop. And whether or not we believe them that that's not a machine shop, that's up to us to decide. But they never, did the application say it was a machine shop?
No.
No, not per se.
Model shop.
So.
That's right, model shop.
I think that.
And a prototype shop.
All the words that you're using, I think, fit under the home handicraft, et cetera, definition. That's my opinion. And my opinion on the coastal resilience plan, and I'm going to say, I firmly support the coastal resilience plan. I have voted in times completely against the town's regulations in support of the coastal resilience plan.
Right.
I think that this, on its face, has zero impact on the coastal resilience. From the information that was given to us, I think that the fact that there isn't going to be a tractor in that garage, the fact that there isn't going to be a wood splitter in that garage, the fact that there isn't going to be all the other things that are found in my garage that are just as bad or even worse than some of these pieces of equipment in there is a good thing for the coastal site. The impact on the community, yeah, sure, I think that there is a problem there. I think that there might be a lot of back and forth.
Wait, so the stuff that's happening in the garage currently is good for the coastal site?
I think it's better than what some things could be in that garage. I think that it's a residence. Assuming for a moment that we agree that it's a residence, if it's a residence,
if we just move past the
assume for a moment that we agree it's a residence. Let's say that what a normal person has in their garage. This is just as bad for the site or as good for the site as any person would have in their garage. I don't think that they were able to distinguish that it's worse, and I think that they distinguished that it might even be better.
So you think that if they'd come to us up front, we would have said yes to reconstructing it and putting the stuff in?
I don't think that it matters on reconstruction because they still have to get their approval from the flood plan prevention or flood plan people, whatever it is.
But this was brought up we did some deliberation among ourselves, and I forgot which one of us said his neighbor in his garage works on cars.
Right. Yeah.
It's all falls in the same thing, in my opinion. He works on everybody else's cars in his own garage, moonlights or whatever.
You mean he's a mechanic?
Yeah.
That actually does work in his garage. But
For friends, though, it's not for money.
But
it's only a hobby.
Come on,
it's not for money.
Well, I mean, we received a lot of testimony that this was only going to be for hobbies.
There you go.
Well, there we go. I mean,
so in the analogy of
sell
the
it to me
mechanic,
again.
in the analogy of the mechanic, if he's doing commercial work, is that legal in our town?
If he was doing
no.
You can repair your own.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying if you do it commercially, if you repair cars, can you do that in a residential
zone? No.
No, but what you can do is if you
repair your own car.
Right. You could tinker.
Yeah.
Or if you own a garage, you can bring a part home from the garage and work on it in your basement to repair that and bring it back. I mean, that's...
Or you can't have people coming in and out and doing oil changes.
Running the business from there.
I don't think so.
Frankie's oil change.
Frank, want to show you the car?
Staff have any corrections to what the types of things that were thrown around? I thought someone
That's too open-ended.
No, so I thought someone just cried foul on something one of us said a minute ago. Maybe me. I forgot.
Not that I can think of.
So yeah, the nuisance problem, it seems to hold up. Based on testimony, it would be easy to weight the nuisance problem very lightly and not consider it a major factor.
Well, it's certainly less than the nuisance that we said was a problem, or the adverse impact was a problem for the
kitchen.
For the kitchens.
Yeah.
It's way less than that.
In terms of the actual just application, I mean, even with the CAM adjustment, I just don't think that the application corresponds to what we heard at all.
But why? Assuming for a second that you're right, why does that matter?
Why does it matter that someone applied for something and then told us they were going to do something else?
No. Why does it matter whether or not they're saying that it's a model shop, or they're saying that it's a place where they tinker for coming up with different...
Individually, maybe those things, it's possible that one or the other of those things would not matter. But if I tell you that I'm going to do something, and then I tell you that I'm absolutely not going to do something in the same application, which is...
So what you're saying is that they lied on the application and does
No,
okay.
it's not. Well, I don't think there's an honesty factor. I think it's a change in the decision making, possibly.
In our decision making?
Didn't they say they weren't going to make any kind of devices for profit or for commercial or for mass production?
Yeah,
I don't think they said we're not going to make any.
No, they did. They
said
pretty
I don't remember exactly, so I don't know.
Because remember they brought in like the Yoda
wine holder,
the Yoda wine holder, and
Yes.
other things like that. And there's the contention there was very specifically that they weren't working.
Right, that this was recreational.
Well, but let me
Not
ask.
prototyping, which is working.
Okay. Let me just ask this. Whether what they're doing is what they had in the application or what they said they were going to do, they're both allowable uses under the regulations.
I believe they are, yes.
Okay.
We've heard a lot at this point.
So either, however you slice it, it still comes out the same way.
If they said specifically that they're not doing something and that they won't be doing something, and you're worried about the fact that they might be doing it, you could put that in the condition of approval that they can't do that, whatever it is, assuming it's something that's relatively definable.
And that's true with conditions in general.
Enforceable. I mean, like some of these words, at least in my mind, I'm not at all sure what they actually mean. Like medical modeling, and I'm not even sure what a machine shop is. I mean, I think of a machine shop as something where you've got like milling machines and metal flying around and oil spilling on the ground.
They have a mill machine.
These things that
They have that,
small,
yeah.
like computers.
But to the extent that is either going to pollute the environment or cause a nuisance for the neighbors, I think it's relevant. But the fact that it's a milling machine in and of itself doesn't sway me one way or the other, unless someone can explain to me how that is more of an impact on the environment than what's there now, or how or what are the facts that show that it's causing a nuisance to the neighbors, or could. I mean, again, I think if what they had done is they had applied for something and then what they told us they were doing is something that's clearly not allowed under the regulations, then I'd say, time out. We got a problem here. But I don't think we heard that.
So,
if I'm wrong, correct me, because I don't want to make a bad decision.
So hearing them say opposite things doesn't concern you?
No, not if both of them are permitted.
Walter, it would concern me if we're trying to get to the truth of their statements. If they were to say, listen, we absolutely have no adverse impact on the community, and everyone from the community said there is an adverse impact, then the fact that they may have misrepresented something, that would go into my consideration whether I believe them in saying that there's an absolute no negative impact on the community. I think that...
I think a lot of people argued adverse impact overall.
Can you give me some examples of something specifically that would be an adverse impact so I could weigh that?
Well, in the case of CAM, certainly, I just think that they believe that it's gonna, that within the floodplain, this kind of buildup of machines was inappropriate, which you've addressed
And that's
with,
fair. Yeah, that's
with
my
a
opinion.
wood splitter.
Yeah, that's
and the
my
other thing.
opinion. And my opinion could be completely wrong, but my opinion is that, a tractor, a wood splitter, a chainsaw, and the hedge trimmers, and all the other things that I have in my garage would be way worse off than what they have.
Snow blower.
Snow blower, generator. And I'm not getting all that stuff out before a hurricane comes. There's just no way I would be able to.
I do.
Well, thank you.
But I run this stuff, if I ran this stuff in my garage at an not at an industrial level, at a commercial level for a dozen hours a day, 4 to 7 days a week, which they actually had pretty high numbers for how they were going to use it. That really does change what it's like.
Emissions? I mean, that are going to go out, and what sort of issues do we have with them running these pieces of equipment 12 hours a day? We didn't hear that, there's humming, there's loud noise. We didn't hear that there's any sort of runoff.
Right.
We didn't hear that there's any sort of smog, and we didn't hear that anyone is getting diseases.
Well, we did hear what we're gonna get. We did hear what's gonna be there.
What was that?
The stuff that is actually going to be in the garage.
It's already.
We received that from the applicant, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't pertain to the effects.
Well, I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, right now it's running. I mean, it's a running operation.
Correct.
Okay.
Do I have a right to call the question? We spent almost an hour on this.
I agree with you, Tom, if you wanted to.
If you wanted to.
All right, so what is the motion? Just review it.
motion for
Do you want me to read it again?
A motion for approval.
Yes.
Okay, voted.
As drafted.
It's as drafted. Voted that the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission approve a special permit and coastal area management application for Oceanco LLC for a model shop and office in a detached accessory structure at 485 Whitfield Street, map 29, lot 108, as shown on an application dated 6/10/15 and 8/4/2015, and has heard at public hearings on November 4th and November 18th, 2015. This application is approved with the following conditions. One, that the applicant submit plans and documents to the Town Engineering Department pursuant to the Flood Damage Prevention Ordinance as described in a memo to the Commission from Mark Domini dated November 18th, 2015, prior to use of the building as a model shop and office. And two, that the changes in the building design include any changes in the building design, including changes required by the Flood Damage Prevention Ordinance, will require approval of a revised special permit and coastal area management application. This application is approved based upon a finding that it conforms with the zoning code and that that the proposed activity will have no adverse impact on adjacent property. The application is also consistent with the coastal management policies of the state of Connecticut. The special permit is effective on December 27th, 2015, and upon filing with the town clerk.
And we had a second, right?
Yeah,
Frank
we
has
did.
seconded. All right, so all those in favor?
Hold on.
Wait.
I'd like to ask for roll call vote. Point of order.
Okay.
Call the names.
Frank?
Yes.
Josh?
Yep.
Yes.
Walter?
Nay.
I'm voting no.
I'm voting yes. Tom Cost.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, so the yeses have it. It's 5-2. Congratulations to the applicant. And what else do we have before us?
I think we have another one of these.
Yeah, can we table everything else? It's already 11:45.
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
I don't have a problem with that.
So let's table that. Do we need a motion for that or anything?
Yes. Is it on the actual agenda?
Move to table.
Do we have a second?
Do we have the, wait a minute.
Is that right?
Move to table 503.
Do we have the right, do we have the time to do that?
Yes.
Yeah, we have.
So we'll table it until the
Even on this agenda?
January 6th meeting.
It says 485.
Chairman, are you tabling 506?
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
I just
think we
moved
are.
to
We don't have a second
table, but there's no second.
Anyone care to second that?
What's that, the table?
Yeah.
Yeah. 506?
I'm not going to vote for a table.
No? No one's seconding it.
The motion fails.
There you go. All right.
I'm doing it tonight.
Carry on.
Well done, Counselor.
Wait, we have a 10-minute warning on the tape.
All right.
Do you want to at least get the motion on the table? Tom, or something?
Voted that the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission approve a coastal area management plan, site plan and special permit for Marine Research Office for Oceanco LLC, 506 Whitfield Street, map 29, lot 100, 82, and 81 is shown in the following. Coastal Site Plan Marine Research Study, prepared by Thomas A. Stevens and Associates, Inc., dated 10/29/15, revised to 12/2/15. Architectural plans, marine research studies, prepared by William Thompson, AIA, dated 10/22/15, revised to
December 27th.
Yeah, not 10/20, December 27th.
December 27, 2015. This application is approved with the following conditions. One, that prior to use of the building, the applicant submit plans and documents to the town engineering department pursuant to the flood damage prevention ordinance. Two, that prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, all site work, landscaping, and public improvements be completed in lieu of said completion. Or in lieu of said completion, a bond be submitted to guarantee the completion of this work. That's it. This application is approved based upon the finding it conforms with the zoning code, the Town Center South special permit criteria, and is consistent with the coastal management policies of the state of Connecticut. Special permit is effective on December 27th, 2015, and upon filing with the town clerk.
And you care to second that?
Second.
All right.
I have a comment on this. I'm not entirely sure if I understood the applicant correctly, but I think that this shouldn't be a marine research office. I think this should just be an office. And I know that that's not one of our options. But
George, what was...
That is one of our options.
Oh, was it one of our options? Or we could just...
Potentially.
Okay, potentially. Okay, all right. Well, then we could go with this one, I guess.
You have some conditions the environmental planner had in his memo.
Can I redo my motion and add all of the environmental planner Kevin McGee's conditions, or I have to read them all in?
Well, I think you want to know what they are. One of them is to provide continual public access along the Guilford Marina area.
Do I have them?
Access should be expanded to include the driveway between the proposed office building and the existing restaurant as noted on the marked-up plan by David Kozak, Connecticut Deep. The public easement area should be shown on a revised plan. Prior to issuance of a C of O, the public access platform be constructed and marked with approved public access signage. And the coastal access easement and maintenance agreement be conveyed to the town of Guilford. And that it has to be, if it's going to be public access.
I think that
Erosion and sediment control measures consisting of hay bales and silt fence be installed around the perimeter of the work area. And then I have to be notified to inspect.
I think that the applicant had a major problem with the second one, if I recall correctly, of Kevin's.
When it was an easement,
yeah,
they had a major problem with it. Is it still an easement per se?
I think it's number one is the one that
the number one, sure.
had a problem with.
I'll take my second back because I will not second an amendment that has the requirement that they take another easement on that property.
Well, in order for it to be public access, the platform, they're willing to give us an easement.
On that, yeah, it's just, but it's the driveway.
The driveway
between the two buildings.
That I would not, because you're breaking the parcel up again.
Right. So it's the driveway between the two buildings that they are not willing to give us access.
Right, and you're saying that it is not included in that.
Well, you don't have to include that condition.
Right, do you want to
That is in
change
the
it?
conditions.
Which one is that?
Condition 1 is the condition that they didn't agree to.
I wouldn't, I'll take my second back.
So you could vote to add conditions 2 through 4.
Right. That's the only way I'll second it.
So you want to change your motion, Frank?
I will change my motion. Do I have to read them? I have to say that.
2 through 4.
So I will So I will put in my motion, I would say legally?
Memo dated December 2nd,
Okay, so to
20.
Kevin's memo dated, Kevin McGee, Environmental Town Planner's memo dated December 2nd, 2015, I will add to my motion conditions 2, 3, and 4.
Right.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't like having to define marine research. I don't necessarily know if this fits into marine research. I think that, in my personal opinion, it certainly is an office space, and pursuant to the town center south overlays, it's permitted by a special permit, and that is the way that we should be approaching this. I don't think that we should get into a tussle over whether this is marine research, and then we would get into the...
He withdrew that.
Yeah, that's what I sort of thought happened as well, is that the applicant did sort of withdraw that, so...
I don't think that we need to define.
Okay, no, but I'm just worried about the way we have it in our motion, because right now we're saying marine research.
But that's the way it was noticed.
Yeah, that's the way, well, whatever it was, I just would prefer to just say office.
It was noticed, yeah.
Well, if that's what we're voting on, that's what it should be, the motion.
I'll keep my motion.
That's how it was noticed.
So it's an office for marine research?
It's a marine research office?
Or was it just an office?
That's the way it was advertised.
Okay.
Permit for marine research office. That's what they asked for, and that's what they put down.
So, well, in regards to that, I mean, to further confound for Josh, is that, the original intention of C2M was marine research, but it was to be proximate to the water and requirement. In other words, it was intending that you could have a research facility, but only because you needed to be near the water to do it. In this case, the applicant has said that this has nothing to do with...
And I agree with you completely, and we heard ample testimony to give us why this isn't a marine research laboratory, but this is a marine, I have no idea now. I don't want to define.
Well, it's a marine research office, not a laboratory.
Office, not a wet laboratory.
Right, and
So are we looking at this as an office?
Sonar, computers.
Are we defining marine research tonight?
No.
So,
And are we required to define it to
no,
answer this
I don't
question?
know. What does C2M say? Does it say marine research office? What does C2M allow?
C2M doesn't really,
Marine research allows, C2M allows marine research laboratory.
yes,
And
that's what it
they're
allows.
applying for marine research
The
office.
town south overlay allows an office.
Right, but you can't mix apples and oranges.
Well, I'm not trying to mix apples and oranges. I don't know what marine research office is. I know what a marine research laboratory might be, and I know what an office is.
Right.
Marine research office is a type of office.
Okay.
So it fits into the broader category.
Right, but see, the problem with the town
Whatever it
south
is.
overlay, the intention of the law is to promote mass transit. And in this case, and I know we're running out of tape, so I'm going to go quickly. In the intention of town center south, it was to promote mass transit, and yet, because the applicant provided a traffic study in which he's naming that 40 employees will be driving, and it says, and I question mark, because it didn't make sense at the time, that it was going to be mass transit oriented, and yet they were going to add 40 in the morning, 40 in the evening. I don't know that it fits in with town center south intention, which is mass transit.
Well, that's one of the intentions.
Yeah, I have a
Right.
town center south.
Right, so for me, it doesn't make it there. Now, you could say, well, how do they know what the people are going to do? And in fact, they tried to answer that question by pointing to the people that they already had. But in that study, which I have with me, they showed that of the 43 people that they queried, that only 3 of them actually took the train. The other ones sort of walked and rode a bicycle. And one of those 3 only took a train sometimes. The other times he drove. So if, and I know we're going to say, if it's going to meet the mass transit part of the intention of Town Center South, I don't think that this is going to make it.
I have the town center south.
Before you read that, we're going to be out of tape.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, we got to read that after.
Let's just take a
That's
quick
gonna be
break, let
long.
Shannon change the tape, and then we'll get back to where we were.
Everybody's...
We won't discuss anything.
And we want to do this pretty quickly.
And welcome back, everybody. We've not conducted any conversations about this application or gone any further. The last thing we talked about was...
Yes, well, I was going to bring up, I have the Guilford Town Center South overview and talk a little bit about the goals and objectives, because what was raised was that the site does not necessarily conform with the purpose of the Town Center South overlay, and there are many objectives from conservation, preserve the historic character of this area, preserve the village character of this area, preserve and enhance the environment and natural resources in the area, optimize public access to the sound and open space for recreational use, development, encourage appropriate economic development in this area, ensure that new development is the highest quality in terms of landscaping and building design, ensure that development supports public transit, the character of the area and low-impact environmental sensitive tourism, encourage development patterns that improve the economic vitality of the business around the green, infrastructure, expand use of the rail service, local public transportation and pedestrian facilities, ensure that existing municipal facilities are appropriate and consistent with the goals and long-range future of the neighborhood, leverage development opportunities to subsidize infrastructure for the overall plan, identify creative ways to supply infrastructure capacity, implementation, ensure proper zoning of this area to meet the goals of the plan, ensure that this plan is consistent with plans and policies of other parts of the Guilford and town as a whole. And the question is whether or not it fits into, the Town Center South overlay district. And from the testimony that we received, the fact that the building is staying the same exact as it currently is, I don't think that the fact that the majority of the individuals who are working there are not taking the train necessarily means that it doesn't conform to the Town Center South overlay. That's what my take on this is, and so I'll just put that out there.
I have to agree with you, Josh. I think it was more the intent that may not be totally realized, but in actuality, the roster of employees, right as it stands now.
Chuck, maybe this might be a good moment to mention the grandfathering of the parking as, I guess, two different but related questions, which is predating zoning versus been around for a long time post-zoning.
I think you had a report in the record that showed a series, I haven't actually looked at the report, but I understand it showed a series of aerial photographs of the parking lot, and it went back to I believe it went back to the 50s.
1955, yeah.
Okay, and I know that, I thought it was before that.
1934.
That woman's original aerials, the black and whites of Connecticut, we put one of those in?
I have it.
And I believe the first zoning regulations and map in Guilford were adopted in June 1953. So the issue is if something was there legally before zoning was adopted, they have the right to continue that.
The issue David Grigsby brought up was the one that gave me the most concern. Clearly that's non-conforming under today's regulations. As a matter of fact, the whole Stonehouse building itself is probably non-conforming. I think you pointed out a couple areas, George, where it probably wouldn't conform today. So to me, what it comes down to is if they're increasing the non-conformity here, then I think they would have to conform to the new regulations.
Well,
however, I think this is a reduction in non-conformity.
Okay,
so I think it's appropriate to grandfather in those parking lots because they've reduced the non-conformity.
Well, it would be contingent on it being used as a parking lot, and
well, it still is.
Okay. So the question is, in my mind, whether it was used as a parking lot before planning and zoning. If it was, then it could be grandfathered in. If it wasn't used as a parking lot prior to the institution of planning and zoning rules and regulations, then it happened after that.
Well,
and it's not grandfathered.
Well, then we should have issued a cease and desist to the Stonehouse a long time ago.
We don't grandfather ourselves, obviously. As a zoning commission, we don't grandfather things. we don't create.
It is grandfather. I mean, it either is or it isn't.
It either is or it
That's a
isn't.
vested right someone has under actually statutory law, that they have a right to continue to non-conformity. So yeah, I mean, that's the issue. Did they establish that this, I mean, you heard there was some testimony from the former owner who spoke up at the end. I don't know how far back he went, and you have that aerial photographs and whatever.
If it went, so if it went back to the 30s, it's totally clear that parking is a grandfathered vested right in that area. If it went back to, say, the 80s, it's been around for a really long time. Is it then associated with the use as a restaurant, or is it otherwise still grandfathered because it's been around for so long?
I think the point they were trying to make is the use of that area as a parking lot has continued since zoning was enacted. I don't know if zoning prohibited it. Maybe it was enacted. Maybe it was a permitted use in 1950. Maybe it was permitted use in 1970.
Zoning doesn't currently.
No one submitted what the regulations were as to when the date it actually became a residential zone. I don't know. I don't know what the zoning maps were. But if they go back to when zoning was created, they're covered. So I don't know if it matters.
But I mean, if zoning, for instance, if they could not show that the parking, if the record that they produced did not show that it predated zoning, that did not show that parking there predated zoning, would that mean that the use, that parking is no longer would not be associated with the new use necessarily in the R3 zone for office space?
Yeah, unless, I think they would have to show that it's a non-conforming use, or that it was somehow, they had a permit for that. Maybe they could show a special permit for it from 1970 or something. They granted it somehow. If they came up with that, they didn't. I mean, the only evidence, I think, was the evidence. I think they're, that and the testimony from the prior owners or whatever. But if in fact the Stonehouse had been doing this illegally, say it happened the first time in 1970, and it was prohibited in 1970, and these guys come in with a change of use, and they haven't shown that the rights, it was a valid non-conforming use, that it was legal at the time it was created, and it's whatever, then you could deny it. In other words, if they haven't shown the non-conforming use character, if you disbelieve it or whatever, that would be grounds for saying they don't conform with the regulations.
But if they wanted to continue as a restaurant, then they obviously...
It would be the same issue. They could be in violation as a restaurant, too, if it wasn't a non-conformity.
So nothing could potentially, if it's a non-conformity, nothing can go at that site except for a residential house?
The use is in a residential zone, whatever.
So whatever, it could be.
So what would become of the applicant's Stonehouse if that they can't use the parking lot because there's no continuity from prior to pre-zoning?
They'd have to get a variance. They'd have to move, and there's ways to get around it. They can move to amend the zoning regulations to allow that as a use. Actually, it may already be there in the Town Center South, because there's a section we can talk about that may allow it. And then, or they could move to change the boundaries. I mean, there's things you can do to try to fix it. But the question would be, say there was no change of use, say it's still a restaurant, and it was determined that parking just was done in 1970 at a time that it was a residential zone and it was illegal, and you just found about 20 years later. I mean, it seems unfair that they could do it that many years, but it would still not be legal.
Yeah, because it's a use.
You could still issue a cease and desist, even if it's a restaurant, because you can't go back. There is a certain grandfathering for buildings that violate setbacks. There's like a 3-year statute of limitations.
Right.
But it's only for buildings, lot size, and a few other things.
And it is not for uses.
It's not for use. So yeah. So if the Stonehouse restaurant, operating as a restaurant, had that parking there, and it was illegal, and it was never done correctly, even though it's been done for 20, 30, 40 years, then Reggie could issue cease and desist.
I mean, what they really have to do is show that it was in use as a parking lot before that regulation took effect.
Yeah.
Now, because they didn't enter into the record when that regulation took effect, now what they have to do is show that it predated zoning.
Yeah,
And if we
that's the
find
way
that
of
that's the
finding-
case,
correct.
then we're okay with it.
My confusion here is that I don't find a parking lot on GIS until we get to, I don't find evidence of actual parking. That lot that currently is being used, that, you know, I'm quite familiar with how we park in that lot because I've suffered through it on Fridays and Saturdays a lot, and, you know, yeah, right, it's like, it's not their fault. Until 1986 in their record is the first moment where we see what I would consider clear evidence of use as a parking lot. And it may or may not be for that restaurant, but even giving them the benefit of the doubt.
What do you mean their record? Because, I mean...
I'm not saying that it wasn't used in 79. I'm saying that it does not predate zoning.
Zoning was 54.
That the evidence does not show it predating zoning in 34, 51,
51 to me definitely looks like a parking lot, to me.
There's nothing parked there.
It looks exactly like a parking lot. It looks exactly like it does today, which is a parking lot.
And so
that's
you
my
think that
opinion.
cars are just dragging out the dirt around here in
That was one aerial photo in 1951. So to say that, to try to say that that's never been a parking lot, it wasn't a parking lot, I don't think is
Well,
right
what we've
either.
actually got here is we have an aerial photo from 1934, from 1951, from another from 1951, another from 1965, another from 1965, another from 1970, another from 1970, and then one from 1986. And the very first time that we see it in use as a parking lot is in our aerial from 1986.
By use as a parking lot, you mean where you actually see a car there?
Any car at all. Right.
So, you know, what is a parking lot? You know, is a parking lot a paved area with lines? Yeah, but that's too narrowly defined for them to meet that, and we don't want to say that. Is it gravel? Well, it could be, but we don't even want to say that. So what is a parking lot? A parking lot probably is somewhere where you park vehicles.
Does it say what time that was taken? Because I don't think many people would be parked at 5 a.m. in the morning.
So the last
It has to be daytime for most of these photos.
5 a.m. is daytime.
The last picture shows a lot of cars.
I understand
But this
that,
is
but we
their
can't-
proof.
But
Here's the thing, you're talking about, right now, when you say, does this show whatever, we're actually talking about, you see what I mean, Reggie? We're actually talking about the evidence that they submitted.
Who's that?
when it-
First of all, who's that?
The applicant.
The
Okay,
applicant.
the applicant.
Lisa has just pointed out that
In the December 2nd minutes, Andy Staubus said that was used as a parking lot since 1949.
I remember that.
But Andy Staba didn't see that in use in 1949.
He owned it.
But wait, how old is he? It's 51, that's 66 years ago. How old is he?
He could. I mean,
it's
the test, so
anecdotal
we can't,
evidence. He didn't have firsthand
we have no
knowledge.
reason to not believe the testimony that was given to us. The information in there, I would say, at best, is inconclusive as to whether or not it's a parking lot. Because does it say what time it was taken?
Yeah, but it's inconclusive about something that they're required to prove.
And also, John,
But the information that we have said that there was a parking. So this testimony is inconclusive. The testimony we received from not the applicant said that there was a parking
but
lot
it's
there in
refuted.
1949.
It's refuted in the pictures, and one of the...
No, it's
It's not
inconclusive in the
refuted
picture.
necessarily.
In one of the pictures next to Pa's place, the parking lot in the back of there, it has trees. It's got trees all over it.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
but what
Yeah,
does-
it's much
So it
smaller.
can't be a
It's not
parking
really
lot that's
big.
treed.
But it could be a parking lot, as you were saying, could be, you could have a parking lot, if the restaurant, I don't even, you know, I gotta look at it again, but if the restaurant, this is 34, okay, we can even look at the 34 picture here.
Go with the 51, I like it better.
Well, it doesn't matter which one we look at.
51 is clearer.
I mean,
It's clearer parking.
there could certainly be a parking, I could certainly construe that to be parking lot.
I construe it to be a meadow.
You could construe it to be a meadow, but I can construe it to be a parking lot. And the only other testimony we received was that it was a parking lot. So unless you're calling the other individual lying to us, then you would have to assume that it's, how can you say he couldn't know?
He has no first-hand.
So we have to accept Andy Staub's statement.
Yeah, we have to accept the statement for what it is, unless we had testimony that he's lying. Well, yeah, you could believe that he's lying, but unless we have testimony that he's lying or that he heard it from some other source or whatever it may be, and even if he did, I don't necessarily know if we can't accept hearsay testimony, and he didn't even say that it was hearsay.
Well, in the face of, in the picture of the pause place that shows trees in that area, how can you accept someone's testimony that that's a parking lot if there were trees in it?
I just told you, there are trees in the whole entire, can I, Walter, can I say?
Yeah, absolutely. Just, point of personal privilege, I moved to table it, and
that's fine.
Wanted to bring that up.
Good idea, do it again.
Plenty of space there.
I mean,
do it again right now.
I think, no, there's a motion.
Now that we have a motion on the table.
Oh, do you have to?
Yeah, there's a motion on the table.
I mean, my opinion
Point out one
is,
other thing about the Town Center South regulation regarding this parking lot, and it's something I just observed today about our regulations. Under Town Center South, special permits, projects may be permitted pursuant to this section in residential zones. Well, let me go back. The whole issue of offices in non-residential zones under the Town Center South Overlay Zone District. New development may be allowed on any lot in a non-residential zone by special permit in accordance with this article and Article 10. One of the applications you're considering is to allow office in this building in the C2M zone, which is a non-residential zone. Among uses are allowed. Offices are allowed under Section D, where it says offices are encouraged in appropriate locations, especially when users are arriving by transit. The other item I wanted to call your attention to, because it bears on this parking question, which never really occurred to me before, is projects may be permitted pursuant to this section in residential zones when the principal development is located in a non-residential zone district, when said residential zone is adjacent to the non-residential zone, and the use of the residentially zoned property is necessary in order to facilitate a successful project and meet the purposes of this section.
And that's where we come to this answer most appropriately.
Town Road?
Well, that's a good question. I know that this was written specifically with 66 High Street in mind, because this exact situation came up with 66 High Street. But it seems like it might also apply here if you were so inclined. Now, this is all subject to special permit, which obviously is a discretionary application on your part. The issue of the parking lot and the nonconformity thereof, it seems to me to be a certainly very contentious potential question as to the facts of the matter. And personally, I would hate to make our decision based on that.
Oh no, that was just my first thing. Yeah.
The issue of whether this should be permitted or not should be, in my opinion, based on other criteria and standards. Let me clarify also what was actually applied for here, notwithstanding the way the legal notice read. There were three, in my opinion, there were basically three separate applications made. One's a coastal management site plan application for the entire proposal. The second was a special permit for office, wherein they also identified themselves as a marine research office. And then the third application was for a site plan or special permit, and this issue was actually raised by one of the person in testimony, whether they had applied for a special permit for the Marine Research Laboratory, because the zoning regulations, the CAM regulations in particular, require that non-residential uses in the CAM area have to be, are considered special permits. So there's some ambiguity, at least in my mind, as to whether or not a special permit was applied for the Marine Research Laboratory, which, as you know, is a permitted use, and which, as you also know, we don't really have a definition of what a Marine Research Laboratory is.
And I think
so that might make things even more confusing.
The applicant has also withdrawn that component.
The argument that it's a Marine Research Laboratory, if that's the case, then the issue before you is coastal site plan and special permit for office. Whether you want to limit it to Marine Research Office or office in general is something that I think you have the authority to consider.
Yeah, no, we have the notice issue too. So
the notice says special permit for Marine Research Office.
Which is what they've said they were doing.
Right. Now, in your opinion, would that mean that that's the only kind of office they could have if it were approved that way?
That's how we noticed it.
That's what, if they asked for it and that's what was noticed, you've got to limit it to that, I think, otherwise re-advertise it.
I'm not sure exactly what they asked.
The other thing I would say, though, George, is about the parking. I mean, we have to hold everybody to the same regulations like them or not. Now, that's an interesting one that you read, though, in Town Center South that seems to allow this.
The practical significance, if you were to determine that this use, the proposed use, and presumably also the previous use, were illegal. The proposed use is, we can't approve it because it doesn't have the required parking on the lot within the zone, and that there's no non-conforming right to use the existing parking lot. So the implication of that is, well, then the owners of the property would have to continue to use the property as it was before, as a restaurant. But then I also heard us say that, well, maybe the restaurant, they've been in violation of the regulations for all these years, since at least 1984, maybe even earlier. I know that it's been a restaurant, probably even earlier than that. Is that, do we then seek, through some zoning action, to prohibit the use of the building for any commercial purpose because there's no legal parking? And, what's the implication of that?
I mean, we have testimony on the, first of all, we've got the verbiage that you just read about that zone, okay? Which, whether it is conforming or not, it sounds like we have the ability under special permit to allow it if it's adjacent.
Correct.
Putting that aside, though, I think we did get testimony in the record in addition to the pictures, okay? So you can put whatever weight you want on that, but we did have live testimony from an individual who said that it was a parking lot since at least 1949. Now, you can judge his credibility for yourself, but if you believe that, and I think it was used as a restaurant, we know on Saturdays and Sundays, you had to park on the streets, you were packed, it was an impact on the neighborhood. I think this is a less intensive use of the property, and therefore, we could continue with the grandfathering of this. Is one way to look at it.
Factual statement I can make about it's been a parking lot for a really long time.
Yeah, well, we know that.
Yes.
The question is, the question before us, though, is did it predate zoning? Because that's the only thing we really have.
Well, we don't really know what the zoning in 1953 even said, or how this area was even zoned. I know that wasn't zoned C2M, because C2M wasn't created until 1983. I think it was made right before I came to work.
I mean, really, the test is were they doing it before the reg changed? But we don't know when the reg changed, and that's not part of the record, so I don't see how we can look at it.
Figure that out.
Well, but I don't know how we can. The record's closed.
Right.
That wasn't introduced, so we can't. We got to go back to predate zoning, I think, or take into account that new regulation.
Or the testimony of the person.
And we got testimony from the person who said it was.
Right.
And I have a comment, and that is that I think all along we've thought that the parking was, in fact, okay. And if you take the parking lot away from this whole project, why build the viewing area? Why do all the improvements we're doing there? Because now you take the parking lot away. I'm assuming that people that go down there, whether they're going to the Stonehouse or they're going to the moorings because the parking is lousy there, that this is another place, and the people that want to walk around the marina, this is another place for them to park. So now you're going to take all that use away. turn it back into what?
That's what I meant by the practical implications of all of this, are a little hard for me to envision what they would be.
Why put up the viewing, why make them put up the viewing platform if nobody's going to go down there?
We would probably, if we determine that the parking either is not grandfathered in or is not fit under the Town Center South overlay district, then the application would be denied, and they wouldn't do any of those things.
You can't have them. You can't have, practically speaking, nor legally, can you have a commercial use without parking. You have to meet the parking regulations.
I
There's no room on this, on the C2M zone parcel to have any parking at all.
I mean, it's not even conforming.
It's already,
on there.
yeah, it's already to the max for square feet.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe you could fit a couple of spaces here or there maybe, but essentially you cannot. All of the commercial development there relies on that parking, which is in a residential zone.
I would just like to make a statement about adverse impact. I think that going from a restaurant to a office building, office use is less of an impact on the community, and although we did receive information that there is going to be a higher volume of traffic in that area during the morning hours, the overall volume of traffic is going down, and I think that that's important for our record, that the information provided to us is that the impact is not going to necessarily be adverse. It's less intense. And there was testimony from many individuals complaining about different components of the effect on the community, but none that I think rose to the level that it is necessarily adverse. There's most of the talk was about the legalities of whether or not this was a permissible use.
Especially when it comes to the septic, it's clearly a lower impact use.
Septic, water usage,
and
the water table there. Is it public water or? Yeah. So the water usage down.
A lot of the nuisance factors would certainly be lower.
I mean, the one nuisance factor that I think is going to be higher is that it would appear as though they're running these, that it's going to be running almost at all hours of the night. And I think that we did talk about putting up blinds and having lighting facing downward to...
Well, this is special permit. We could also put a condition on, close at 2 a.m. or close at 11 p.m.
Well, I think more that what we want is not so much that, but the light spillage.
Yeah, the light spillage.
A nuisance caused by noise or light spillage or something.
That was addressed in the design review as well. There's considerable discussion about even the interior office lighting.
Yeah, I mean, I will say they were smart about the application too, in the sense that, water-dependent use, they did increase the public's access to the water. Yeah, so I mean, they did add that into the application in order to get you through the CAM regs, I think.
One of the things I just wanted to call your attention to on the conditions of approval, bonding of site work and landscaping and public improvements. One of the proposed public access activities, the canoe and kayak launch, requires permits from DEP because it's below their jurisdiction line. That may require a considerable amount of time, like a year or so. There's testimony, it might take a long time. What this means is that they would have to bond those improvements, give us the money, and when they get the permits and build the facility, then the bond would be released. That would also apply to all site work and landscaping.
I don't think that's unreasonable.
So it's fairly routine, actually. This also requires that they go through the same steps as the previous application with respect to the flood damage prevention ordinance.
Now with this one, I guess my real concern, my real practical concern, obviously I was worried about how the grandfathering works, but the impact when it comes to obviously privatizing the space was what we heard people being concerned about. Now technically it was already private when it was a restaurant, and these guys are clearly producing a less intensive use in many ways, and they're providing specific public access. But in terms of how much public access will really exist, the question for me is really whether or not the platform is adequate or the right-of-ways are really going to be usable by the public in a way that the public will actually use them. So there's a difference between providing technical public access and actual public access, and I'm not sure, when I say actual public access, I mean public access that really has value for people, and that is really an open question for me about whether or not this application does that.
Well, there are limitations of the lot. I mean, the frontage and the meadows and stuff.
there are
So,
a lot of
I mean, I think it has to be evaluated in terms of what's possible to do there.
You mean, your question, whether people will actually use this public access?
Whether it's designed in such a way that it will be usable.
Well, I think Design Review did make some suggestions, and they are allowing, I mean, who knows how long, but the restaurant will be open, but at least there's the parking, and then there's the guaranteed public access to that location, and that's got to be part of the site
I think the location of
plan.
it is right, and the design is good. Whether people will actually go there to view the marsh or not, I don't know.
I think it's hard. I think it's hard for us to make that sort of, unless we have some information from Design Review. I mean, the best thing would be what Kevin requested, but I think that's an onerous burden to put on the landowner. I really.
The last condition?
Yeah, the first condition. I really do. Unless they're not willing to comply to that, I think that that's an onerous burden, and I don't.
Well, they would comply with it if we put it in.
Sure. But I just think that's an onerous burden.
More or less.
Well, there's still certain that private property rights mean something, but anyways.
Well,
are we ready to?
I think I'm ready.
So, my problem here is that in general, I'm willing to approve office use for this. I was hoping that they would provide more for the public and hoping for that right of way, but this is, it's like
Well, do we know how many parking spaces are going to be for the public?
Well, they talked about that a little bit. Remember, the testimony that we received was
We
sort
can
of like
put that in as a
was sort of like they were going to let the public use it the same way that they have been using it.
And that's what'll happen in practice, but we could still put a condition in that.
The X amount of spots that need to be.
Because, I mean, in real life, people are going to park wherever.
How would we even enforce it though? You know what I mean?
It's almost impossible.
It would only get enforced if something started getting blocked off, which could happen eventually, which is why that condition might be worthwhile.
And then we have an office building that they speculate are going to be between, what did they say, 50 and 60 employees, 75 employees, 50?
60 was a common number.
Was a common number, and there's a parking lot there that's 72-ish or something. So I don't necessarily know how we can, what would we say, 4 spots need to be open to the public? You know?
Yeah.
I just think it's better to
leave it.
It's tough to enforce.
Yeah.
How does it work, though? Because you can't control what people that would go to the mooring,
Yeah, they're gonna park there.
They're gonna park there too. In fact, I think they had valet parking. That's where they were putting cars.
Unless they're gonna be standing out there saying, "Don't park here," I don't think the people from Guilford are gonna stop parking there.
Right, and here's the thing, if they put up signs that says no parking will be towed,
they're still gonna park there and the cars are gonna be towed.
It's not very friendly to the restaurant.
Exactly.
Either.
I mean, it doesn't, people are gonna park there.
yeah.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
I mean,
Ready to call it?
I say call it.
I mean, parting words, I guess, I would say, one more thing is, I think this is probably the best use we're going to get for this. Now, personally, I wish it stayed a restaurant, and I wish things didn't change down there. I think a lot of what I heard, though, is fear, uncertainty, and doubt as to is this just the first part of some master plan to take over the area? To the extent people have that concern, I think the appropriate way to address it is through changing the zoning regulations in this area if there's enough support in the community to do that. So that, to the extent that's what the real fear is here, that would be the appropriate way to address it. And having said that, I'm ready to call the question.
The first condition that is missing was to include an easement along the road perpendicular or parallel to Seaview.
No, it was to the driveway.
Along the driveway.
Yeah, the crushed stone driveway right next to the old stone house, right up here.
Parallel to Seaview.
Well, no, well, right up here. Yeah, that's the one where they were unwilling to allow an easement for that, which makes sense.
What was the meaning of what the lawyer stood before us and said, eminent, adverse possession by prescription? What was that?
Well, first of all, it would be eminent domain if the government is taking something, not adverse possession. Secondly, you can't have adverse possession, like Attorney Verdun mentioned, if they allow them to have the road there. They know that the road is there, they allow them to have the road there, so there's no adverse possession.
Okay.
But the underlying issue is the government doesn't have adverse possession.
Right. So is there any way that, well, he said he's not going to grant access to the public over that, correct?
I don't think that's what he said. I think that he just said that he's not going to give us the easement.
I don't think he said he was going to block it off and say, put up a gate and say, you can't come here. He could if he wants to, but he didn't say he was going to do that.
Think about that. If he was a good businessman and he's using that other building for a restaurant, what's called Papa's, I think?
Pa's Place.
Yeah.
Why would he block that off? That would be crazy for him to do that.
Maybe he'll be selling ice cream there.
Which is why there's no reason why it wouldn't be all right for it to be an easement, because ultimately they're never going to do that.
For me, it's a matter of taking, and of trying to extract more from an applicant. That's not what we're here for.
Yep.
That's been there all that time. You're going to split the property again by putting that easement there.
And so they will continue to have the option to gate it off if they want.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean...
That's right.
And you know what would happen? What would happen? Nobody would go to their restaurant. Why would he do that? Why would he do
I think
that?
once he gates it off, there's no more restaurant.
Well, but whether it is or not, I mean, it is his property.
Whether
And,
Pa's is going to stay a restaurant is a pretty open question.
I want to put a gate in my front driveway to stop. I can do it. Good idea. I mean, he owns the property. My main concern is that we're guaranteed access through the back here to get to it. And as long as...
Right, what did you say?
Well, as long as we're guaranteed the access through the back there, that's fine, because that allows you to get to the public viewing area, and if we get a kayak launch, you still have the ability to get there. I understand what he's saying. He hasn't planned to shut it down now. He could if he wants to in the future, but that would restrict him as to whatever he could do with the building in the future.
That is true.
And I can understand that forever, really, if it runs with the land.
So I guess for this, I would just like to go with all of Kevin's conditions, but, so my concerns here are just much narrower, but I think I'm going to hold out and hope that we end up with the votes for Kevin's conditions, or with
The 2, 3, and 4, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, we already got 2, 3, and 4 in a motion on the table, right?
That's right. That's the motion.
I'm going to let them let it carry.
All right.
Of course he will.
The motion is
Any other discussion?
I just want to say, we're
It's
talking
without the
about,
easement.
this is this application only. We're not talking, as Ray said, we're not talking speculation what's going to happen to other parcels down on the waterfront. We still have the crown jewel the
It's going to
town
happen
owns.
next week.
The town owns the marina. That's a crown jewel, second to the Guilford Green. Access is not restricted there right now.
Okay. So we're all clear. It's Frank's motion contains 2, 3, and 4 of Kevin's things, not 1, which is the encumbrance on that alleyway. So all those in favor of approving that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It carries. Opposed? So again, 5-2. Congratulations to the applicant.
Officially. I make a motion to
With no business before the commission, I move to adjourn.
All in favor?
Good luck.
Find out, right side of history.
You got to do it next meeting, 'cause I think we closed that.
Thank you.
Good luck, man.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Did you make a motion?
I move we adjourn.
We already adjourned. If you allowed it.
Congratulations.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Good luck. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good job.
Sir, good luck.
Great job.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. No problem. Thank you. Josh, thank you.